Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
It's very disappointing, and I don't think that any well-meaning Ghanaian would be happy with the conduct of the Electoral Commission. So common this like and how in the 2024 this is just like a mock exam for the Electoral Commission.
It tells you that we are dealing with a very reckless woman. A man for because on say the last time about one district level, yeah, there were issues, but none to say. You understand? So which means now they are testing something new towards 2024.
24, sure.
They are testing something new.
Yeah.
Where they say they can use it to manipulate the 2024
elections. Yeah.
You know na akofasa problem we na aba.
But if Electoral Commission, you did a press conference assuring Ghanaians say why you ever ready. So why you ever ready? I'm sure that even if the intention is to manipulate this one for purpose of the nearby election, you could have done it well. Manipulation put we fail. And but
you see, they are testing the system. They are testing the system. They have brought in new equipment.
Yeah.
They test the system. No? They are telling us you use indelible ink view.
Yes.
Into Beja,
and look, a big problem.
Baby, and Taform you.
Yeah.
Almost a check first penny, no. Kakrano couldn't go through because it gave the same feedback. So, why dada? You understand?
Yeah.
So, yes, yeah, say they are testing equipment to steal the 2024.
Because the only thing that proves the casting of ballots, the indelible ink.
Yes. Yeah.
It takes days for it to be wiped off.
Because and mete sa foolish boy no or isi one boss man kwasiano. Mete nenka or say because now we have biometric, there is no need for indelible ink. But 2020, you use the indelible ink and you use the biometric.
Sure. Indelible ink, I think that once our NDC for back to IPAC, I think that they should strongly oppose.
The point is one. The IPAC, let me tell you, Jane Mensah, that idiot, on IPAC meeting.
Even of record unsolicited for views.
No,
she imposes her intentions.
Indelible ink issue. Woman discussing with IPAC. Talk to the political parties or Mokono. They never discussed it at IPAC. She will go and meet on a sad nema akoshifo mano oma tutu omani echi abesi omo hano. Omo koshiesia or cantonments. They talk about something, they take decisions.
And I was reading comments on social media. Enyansafwa said woman face so me and Jaffa so from penny four who spoke hit back John Dramani Mahama years ago, criticizing him for everything, every single thing he did. Where are they? Me am former moderator, me a president, me am former moderator, Marty.
But you know, then your former moderator is a thief. Then you said that a thief.
Sir, or say President Akufo-Addo you be as was easy and he doesn't talk. He responds to text messages.
Well, about them.
Nonsense.
Yeah, about them. But the point is that anybody say KOJ, we are surprised. So we check one more history very well. Omo acquire omo faso a form of mine in and the only time omo form of mine in is by joining hands with the UP tradition. That is the only time. Yeah, they did it with Buzianum. They did it with Akufo-Addo Epapanom, Edward Akufo-Addo. You understand?
Yeah.
So they have been in this, and Osha, Omo a family, the Mate family, a family. Omo diagrache, and Atwaswa Baba Besine. So how can we get back and grab whatever?
But Commander,
we need to use. No.
We should understand that the 2024 election are here come. Let me bro. Do or die you. No matter the example, do or die.
My position, my NDC response on this assembly elections and the infractions and all that I've read there. I think the NDC treated this government and na assigns with kid gloves. That is what I feel. I may be wrong.
Of course, I agree with you. Yeah, I was even saying that it looks like the NDC is not ready for power.
Because my reading Omo a statement, and the statement is a little bit.
Because even me yesterday on 505,
it's not biting.
Mustafa Bande said that they have evidence of Honorable Hakum Sisode on the hooligans enam. Where is the video? If indeed you have video, show it. Take it to the police. Let them investigate the issue. Let them bring perpetrators to book.
But you see, I mean, if I want to assume that NDC Nimadia Omoye, because now they are testing the system. Yeah, you see in Delibo Inc. Equipment, I say, you better be winning. They will translate it to 2024. Ubos you bet me out to voter region baby. No man catch us Ashanti region, bet the following day.
I agree. That's true.
Yeah. James said that idiot.
But you're calling for chaos.
Yeah, that foolish woman on they will get what they want to get. My only problem is that I don't want to think NDC is that weak. However, some of us who were around in 2008, we know how the NDC fought a power in 2008 when Kufonum were just about to plunge the country into something. You understand? And sir, project event.
Yeah.
Process. What do I say? A process. It starts from somewhere. Akufo-Addo winning 2016 was a process. He was daring the security.
Where is the process? I mean, on the part of the NDC?
Now everybody in NDC is afraid of the kind of security Akufo-Addo is using. Everybody is afraid going to cells. Everybody is afraid losing his or her freedom. You understand?
But if you say rescue mission, you have to go through every single pain to rescue the nation.
The kind of force that Akufo-Addo used. Akufo-Addo to me use force Drew baby. Emma Ghana for catching this for say Akwa we obe konto kwanti de mumie nyai ma no. You understand?
Yeah. It's true.
Oh, obo not on to my Akufo-Addo. Media Akwa we open to kwa opeso konto kwa mu nyai ma no na asumdie mra. You understand?
So he wants sympathy vote out of violence.
Out of violence. Me dear, I've been telling the NDC. Me niano, but me. me se me na NDC kura me a enka sa district about to way level way no oh nka ebe efe
because
mema na ya ofe na me dia send signal ma say ade say na me no nyina be ye because wo na wo ma asisi nsuom nam hotel nkwasi afosa no mo na mo ayi japade. You understand?
The NDC should have gathered information to organize press conference even today.
Mona mo cantonments, mona mo to top prime lands, mona mo projects. So if you want us to destroy it, we are here. We will destroy it. Maybe there, that is my approach. So maybe is Kramia. I won't go back. Number issue statement, but say they say no, because when you say Tema East, Tema West. Bepe misa me no ka say. Omon ka aba no. And then this for no boys na ye ka e wo lord kwa no mu. And omo nya obi ama no meboa wo mo.
Can you imagine?
Omo fra me fra homache. They were like Bobie Monsor mra. Oh, but Okono, you baby say Oko in what capacity?
Exactly. So we a party penny and as we call century.
Omo, I saw omo frɛ omo no. Omo nyamwa because omo so omo frɛ. I don't want to mention name. Omo say nipa na catch omo say assembly and non-partisan. Into omo ntimi ma.
While you know that the politics of no matter what.
Oh,
let's know.
I don't want to mention the person, but almost say.
But if that is what the person said, then the person has disgraced his own party.
Well,
because
guy no oko contest you know say do sali do no. According to Omoche say he won his place in the electoral area. No, he won. Omo ba kai ba no. Omo epesom de ko ba bi fufuro ko kai.
Wow.
Enti nra and this for uncle and score pa tire no mo de be si gya so no mo te wo. Say mo de boxes ni be free akode a.
Yeah, true.
Just a mushi attire nyina agu fom. No mo yire wo mo ma ade a chenye. Se be ya nipa beba. Minim se sa amre no obi akoboa wo mo dia.
You see, and this is where youth on Mabemba bu. Because even Ketwa imponu ye frem na mo madia in a do kesidim dia ye frem ma maintain ye be janes ah. So and this is where the NDC has to be vigilant and make sure say they meet or they match up with the new patriotic party boot for boot, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. So because say nipa no, you have this foolish woman sitting at the EC there, and she thinks she can do anything and get away. The woman is running away from a procurement breaches, knowing that NDC coming to power, she will be prosecuted. So, Mama no to us ano. Where this Kabone, Edim Kwasi Asema, she knows very well.
Of course, with the procurement breaches issues in the
what do I say? So let's do everything. Let Baumia come. Nama resign from EC. After 4 years, Mumbai we now have not die. You understand?
Such wickedness to the nation.
And you know, Mama no to us ano. On a boss man, they are running away from so many things. And to no. Now, Akufo-Addo the nation say it's in your own interest to make sure that you manipulate the system.
Sana be a one kasa you not be prosecuted.
Exactly, because hey, eba enya miyankwa. Ubekobi. What you say? So what ye a year PDS leaked tape between Gabi Dako and a sa Baba Noa. What you small kind? Or catch and say, look, some more you don't want me and ya dear way ya. After going to opposition. Yes. So they know. They are aware of the consequences. And now, Obia from an angle should fight and fight well.
Sure.
Dampare, procurement breaches, other murder cases is hanging around his neck.
Also on the security part, and he has to manipulate.
Exactly. Man, this imra. Now, Mume prosecute no. And Dampare keeps on telling, and I saw one or two media from Monka me call your mama fee, Ayana Atamios. We know his interest. Yenim where he is coming from. Omo nim Dampare na they don't know Dampare. Go to Pepra or Pom Pepra, Ghana Armed Forces.
Yeah.
Opopepra has been with the UP tradition from day one, way back. Nothing raging commotion upon Pepra or more. What do you say? These Ashanti old men, no, you don't give chances. So they too, they need to protect, because look, even in the military, the kind of things are esi wa garu.
Yeah.
There is no way power will change and upon Pepranum will go scot free. Even if the next government decide not to touch them, somebody will just walk to their family and do what is needful.
And they're not correct.
So, enya better more going enya kufo Rollins time na uko position no afa ho adi no. Now Ghanaians are learning hard way, and people will teach Akufo-Addo the hard way on the street.
But
so they are running away from all these things. And omoye first test the actual. Me say, omoja Ashanti region, Eastern region, 2024 general election. Ombema bebia to we catch or say Ashanti Eastern better the next day.
Bobie, I hope that the NDC is seeing the signals on the wall.
Because anybody be catch us by 3 p.m. na bebia ya to abawi.
Yes.
And yes, I know kind. Say by 3, Emma, even MPP, NDC, they were talking about it. And yes, I know, say 3 p.m. no omo point.
Yeah, 3.
Assembly level
elections.
3. So they a pilot project in Omoye. That pilot project no, or catch us here be pon 3 no, and what Danny ade no the call. Say Ashanti, any Eastern. E beto ne da way. Thursday,
yeah.
Ekropon, omukrom. Beto ne Thursday. Omo be kwa akodru 2024. Eni mu be di nkomo bi awie. They will come back and tell you, you better vote into strongholds no. Omo beto and this is strongholds no tem. First day, no more the military ni police ejina. Omo so. No more catch us say the Eastern Ashanti. Any part a year omo no stronghold no.
Yeah.
Yeah, they caught the next day. Because of failure of this, failure of that, failure of this, failure of that. Yeah. That is what they...
Sometimes when you look at the conduct of the EC, it makes you fear as a Ghanaian going in 2024. But we shall allow.
KOJ, they should fear. I am telling you.
I don't know. Because just like you said, the youth are more discerning. I don't
know. Kujira baby can and Kwasi Assembly be. Well, we shall see. We shall see.
I say I am still the president until December 2020.
We shall see. We shall see. Mona mo first cow. Mona mo first care baby akwakodi. Because 2016 John Kuma a friend say Samia Oku editor wo gu no ko hono. Say Samia Oku to bo okra no odwane. Wanyaska. Anthony Kabo John Kuma anahwan abunom. Na omo boys na omo afom wo national security wo no. They don't know. Omo yankwala omo ni ma de kura ekoso. They have no clue. They don't understand anything. When I go Dabio boys no me national security for ni bia. Last week ebi frame me. Send me pictures. If you omo asisi wo ka so akiri wo no.
Wow.
Ba ko kura frame say memra omo obeye it's a house party.
House party.
So be wo me dia Charlie Bobby for sit, you know. I'm saying no. What's that? As I said, what can be what was what you kwasia? Go there. Go to Damfa. Actually,
yeah, they
are there. Do you think these boys wants to fight and die and leave all those things?
Not at all.
Okay. And it's a good for to see a baby. Yabesha, Umama and what properties across. No more seen across. You don't know. And Sasi or Mafefa. That's all. See a baby. Yabesha. Gabi na Sasi radio. Yabesha.
But
when I say Ukrum, a friend say Chebi. Why you say Tezex? Yabesha. So see Yabesha. I'm going to see a Cassan. Yabesha.
Bobie, the NDC should be vigilant. Baby Adruno. Because the MPP is bent on breaking the 8. Breaking the 8, no matter imagine say a cost of form on be breaking.
I don't want to sound like I don't know what the NDC they are doing because me call meeting me mudi. But me that's what I me into NDC so say budget power. We should use every legitimate means to get Akufo-Addo Bawumia, these criminals out of power and teach them lesson on the street.
Okay.
We should use every legitimate means. Every means. Even NDC Diana Ghanaians should find another legitimate every means possible. Adiana Yadiya Wamu as central, right? As north.
As north.
We should replicate it. As north, and you are being a catcher. Me list to a drew chroma 3 weeks too. We were moving through the bushes, talking to the boys, talking to ghetto boys that matter. Womu ba mumuru womu kuomu. So mu bedim kwa siasemo ha. Ya kwa tosa media mfinum. Na manu bisu nemu. Boga for na NDC bogas do. Ya omu de ya na omu eye pentimeni mansa na omu aba campaign no. Ombe Photoshop no omu ba no na adwuma no ya wie.
Mo wie adwuma no.
Aha. Ento obi antwen omu. Because keoje say me no ka say Akufo-Addo cars na kwaji $25 million dubious contract. You bet you are travel in the next 4 years.
Yeah,
so almost say na on person mo ye no a. That Akufo-Addo Ninsam back on where we shall see. Where we shall see. Where we shall see. Who now mama more properties. Hey, Sergeant Do. One survive it. Omo president formed almost a brew almost omo mema. When it came to the crunch, what happened to Gaddafi?
Yeah.
Oh, Janena ne be Jane. What happened to Bagbo? Bagbo, they raped him. They raped her. So Rebecca and Kasa and Akufo-Addo. Nasa ne well
arrogance in the bar.
Debio. Dia come deno onzro wo. Boys name nam street mo money abre wa Akufo-Addo no so no. They don't care. Those NAPCO people no money abre. They don't care.
I tell you. NAPCO for yes Shambo say after the program, you be more permanent. Now omu nyina go back to Graduate Unemployment Association.
They don't care.
So where was the promise then?
They don't care. They don't care. They are coming no. Sikanini here ni ku. Oyani no unim de oka. Enaminu be wune. Enaminu be shepie to baako. Ena wa nkumi a memeku.
No great.
Na sikani no. Ohwe ne plasma TV. Hwe ne AC about them. Hwe ne atmosphere ne ka sisi wa. Ono what is sikani ka se menu be wuda.
David no wu na ho be fe Japan no.
Sikani ka sa wo se o de metro fa. Sikani nye gidigidi. Ti sa wo so wanya sikana de. O go trust da be ba be ye gidigidi a. O hiani. O sro wo. Yeah. Onishwe.
Onu be wu mama for about a benefit.
Oh, yeah, ono there no.
Sure.
He has nothing. And this I say, well, yeah, baby. No, catch o mano. No muntu tu omo adan ne omo ne ma no free Ghana. Muna mo asisi niema. Yes, omo ada properties in Guyana,
Sure.
Dominican Republic, into we no mo ja okra no no problem. Yate. But who abusia wa bomosu? This and your hype. Play.
Now the omunya ko gudan ni mu abrochiro.
Wo sisa wo mu nyina na obi ahu say de wonni nipa ba akokura wo Ghana. Because for us to sit here, for them to replicate the Yahunu our assembly, you know, me I won't speak for NDC. Because any member who are okay almost say a man can radio, so we know what we know.
Okay.
We know what we are here now. Actually, pa, ye tem komo. Inti me da sorry a. Masem nyansi nyame bua me. Na se me nko akura metimi atu Akufo-Addo ne ba wo mi a me ntu wo mo. No obi a ehun to no because These are demons, criminals. KOJ, thank you. And you better discuss your deal with you. Okay. Thank you. Mamen ko efutu na mene enua ma no coffee. Oya adwuma radio gold enkodi nkomo. Coffee agbaba.
Yes.
Coffee at say.
That's what me we.
O emphasis ya.
Hello, Mbajo Timika.
Pacho meti won kamenua. Pacho o emphasis ya.
You want kind.
Enra district assembly about one what happened? I didn't see it.
No, me that say. Enra assistant training, you know, yes man say me call Winneba. Na me call provide coverage of the election. Na ekoso ewo a futu I'm talking about the district assembly elections, you know. Until Enra baby, I may call, yes, I may call, provide coverage, you know, electoral area, no, your friend Abasaba, North electoral area. Until how another year one and I provide coverage for the election, and you mean, so for be so no, some count, almost some COVID. Now, from the beginning, and upon this, I could see you, and will not be electoral officers, you know, electoral materials, you know, they started, most of the polling station, they started on time. Incidentally, we are also Boko until say a VM around 3:30 Hono. Abraham me war polling station Bako, I war University of Education, almost central campus, not polling station, me and another home. Nami Jina Bako, Anami monitor election. Ijana, me who say, car B, I will pack your car, Toyota Corolla, Anan Kalani Ash. Can be packing on the Pekutan say, driver no, a ska, Okiteska, bondo, 5 cities fresh from the bank. And I was practice scanning from her. Not 2 scanning from her. Not saying you do not to scanning from her.
Oh, hold on, Coffee, Kano.
But I say,
Kano.
I am missing Kano, a Toyota Corolla, Kalani Ash.
Opeke Kano number.
Daddy.
Okay, all right. Okay. Pacha Twazo.
Nti I call you say she scan for more 2 scan go from hono. Omo no mu line nim ana mba beto aba no. Omo ni free line nim ana omo ko so ko phone scan no. Nti no bia phone scan no from ho. Nti me as in century you know me na kakra I was a little shocked. Nti me phone send video the ekoso no. Nti Abraham video nipa na drive car na o 2 scan go from no. Ohu me. Send me video na nyame nkwa me any incentry ba ko all so ejuma on Nice FM ewo Winneba eho dia no eledi ni ye friend abena sewa ono so incentry ni ewo ho na me ne nam nti aba mi video no so video nti ohu ye wie no ana otu ka no koye nti otu ka no koye no and do 5 minutes ana another car FM buy no na metro man fu bi no mo teka ni ana you see ye na ba ko jira kan na ba ko e ba me so oba e na o se o person ni me di nkomo ana mi za se nkomo be na person ni me di ana o se video na e wo me phone so no o person me fa me phone man no delete video no free me phone so ana am say how can I don't know you from anywhere, how can I give you my phone to delete a video from my phone? Me ka say na wa holding me na me say good atade enemy me press tag atari me holding me send gidi send me from phone man no me send me phone man no it no picture me or so me say no chasing me say by force or give phone free me say na me send me phone man no dia ko am ka say me say den ko me fa no me say me fa no me ya me pija ko enyi because I say emu say na emu ya me ya it na fa phone na man no o say me fa phone man no enu o twe second or you second jackknife so the second number woman and I'll show you no catch me say obetumi kumi okumia
meba o de oyi meba Kofi de oyi jackknife no na one hwan na nam
me see ayo no kwa no na no kwa car ne be park e wono macho men for two ne see free car nim ana baako ejuna car na baako ba me so nti de ba me so no no eno yi se kan no no kwa na ba me so me ni lady no ana ba e so be gi e phone na wa delete video no afi e phone so nti no fa
uhunu a meba o uhunu abehu no
ami hunu se abehu no
I see
mi hunu se abehu no nti no fa phone na ma no eno yi knife no say o hwe mani no say so fa phone na ma na obekumi okumi a enko be bia obi antu nya ne hwe nti at that point no mi go say me ko sem ana mi ja phone no ma no mi ja phone no ma no ana ji lady no ono so e di me phone e share ne bag im nti what lady in the bag na bag lady no what bag no lady in the bag no na ni phone mi no na ewum eni ni sika eni ni edro medication ho bag no lady na here say asthma e won so nti o je bag no eni ni phone ni na akoye nti abia o ye sa no na me phone no beto aba o mo no phone sika no obi a oni University of Education Central Campus ho no o mo get na no pe no nti na ma before bebre ho go bebre ho esi opete mu nti o mo ho ni bebre e ba ga ne so ana no mo boni di Adams Jai do no Adams Jai no mo pata no Adams Jai Adams Jai ena oye de obeye ena okoye nti later na ma me follow mo ka chere ni se ga ne fe na Adams na oye afenyo markets ni bodyguard MP owo futu Alexander afenyo markets ni bodyguard eni sa ga ne fe na Adams no.
Okay, so at that particular moment, no, na Afenyo Markins any eho ebi.
Nothing Markins no other polling stations are monitor elections.
I see. Moko police station ko reporting.
Yeah, if you want, and I'm many lady in your call police station. I won't win back. And call here report. You call here report. Or much you know me some the AKC na. Into after that, you know, be district commander and number. And I'm a fair commander and I'm in
Moko police station.
But I say,
Moko police station.
Yes, me call police station. I won't win back. Police station. I won't win back. No, I want to call and I'm call here report about this scene now.
But Mobo
now, any lady no.
Mobo Adams needing extra police for no.
But I need now a report. I demand police for no. You Adams needing. Say or no and obeji and yamano. Na me after ye can't say no. And no police in back who at all. Into ye sure any say you and no found and phone of Adams no phone so. And I catch Adams and say your phone journalist phone now what journey bag no on phone number. And Adams catch a police woman and say phone no bag no they come on the boss. Name the boss call. I want to be the police in Winneba. They know this guy called Adams. I want to see an arrest of this guy. I want to see a prosecution of this guy because the guy yesterday spotted me and the other journalist from Nice FM. He robbed us. He pointed a knife at us and robbed us. He took away my phone, took the lady's phone, took away her handbag containing her money and her everything.
Okay, so which means
apprehend this guy.
Hello, Kofi. So which means say no phone the so Kofi no. Sorry, Adams no. That's what Adams no. See I no ka say yam phone bi na obi Adam mo dey am me check for flash. Ana Adams no say o ka che Winneba police ni say or the one girl ni am na command the boss which is Afenyo Marking. The boss in the minimum boss ko but sa no kan e phone so. I see. Okay. All right. Okay. You be adwuma but you be see afro. Okay. So that's it. Also my catcher mo say edin pictures ye compile egu ye din komo say ya enye se bibia o da MPP beko opposition no we will start looking for all these boys. Adams, Afenyomakin be produce Aquano, Ewia Kete no osre. Say Obia and Kobiashu. But we are just keeping names, keeping pictures. Here you go. Obe producing Ewia Kete. Na Afenyosi Gusro. Intisa. Okay. So let me do this. Mene set Saba Banini Otamens electoral area. Utu Senya East. Okay, so set Akwaba. I like say aspirant, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Moaba no Mabobo.
As I speak with you, there, declare and I am ball results for Otames electoral area.
Old timers, right?
Yeah, Otames.
Old timers. Oh, okay. Old timers as in OLDTI.
No,
MENS. Otamens.
Yeah, Otames.
Okay, this is the first time I met it. So what happened? But then the course Sunra.
I think Endra elections number Shasiamapana. Now, proud to the election day, we have submitted letters of accreditation for the various polling agents at the EC. In fact, on Monday, I had my team members spending virtually the whole day at the district EC office. At the district EC office for the accreditations to be made. And then they were dispatched home around 6 p.m. that we will be called the following morning, or it will be served the accreditation the following morning. So no, Monday you may bear 10 something, and I may receive a call from EC office was there. We were supposed to do something in accreditation there, and I was saying, neighbor, like it's 10. But assuming person let's know there. Will not be possible, and so I'll make sure by 6 a.m. that's Tuesday, I'll have someone there pick the accreditations. And say April my electoral area had the PM, the presiding member for the Ewutu Senior East Municipal Assembly as a contestant in the elections, and he happened to be the only candidate now our accreditations. Edema the polling agent. Emma EC officials may insist say every other polling agent and accreditation any ready as an panel. Money agents and the details. I was a polling agents be afar before the start of elections. This became a bone of contention for several minutes. And sana normal the Nippon so for accreditations no at the buy. So these were some of the challenges at the buy. Fast forward, yet to our banner, the response was good. In fact, people wanted change in the neighborhood. We had worked hard. The reflections from Omombe to Abanina na Ekomain. Results started coming in. Positive results, of course. And the movie from one of the cluster areas, Otames electoral area now has a total of 15 polling stations in 4 clusters. We have the Oakland cluster, we have the Stratos cluster, we have the Comfortano cluster, and then the Marvelous cluster, with the Marvelous cluster having 5 polling stations at a go. And Marvelous, a coalition center. So after the results came in, at the Oakland cluster, I had won 2 out of the 4 polling stations there. The presiding member had won 2. At Father Stratos, we have 2 polling stations there. I had won that place hands down. At the Comfortano cluster, the presiding member, strangely, had all the full polling stations coming to him with huge numbers. At Marvelous now, I started bringing from the provisional results. So we went in, we suspected something fishy. We went into the coalition center, we engaged the returning officer that we would like a recount of the ballot. Every candidate has the mandate or is entitled to a recount if you suspect something. If the results tally the provisional results announced now, that's fine. If it doesn't tally, then we can go on to have 3 more counts to certify the results. We engaged him, we gave him reasons to count. Initially, he was dragging his feet, and then at a point in time, now, yes, Obe my recount, and I one Mr. Nin. This Mr. Nin guy is the campaign manager for Howard Kumsen in the constituency. He came in, and by the time I hear counting, and the moment I light out, and we're in electoral area, and I think 2 other electoral area. So at the coordination center, we have to be a factor.
Time burn almost started counting, no? Counting
started at 5 p.m. I had moved from the Stratton cluster 5:05 the Oakland cluster to monitor because that place happened to be a place I want to check across. So I moved to go and take care of the place. And so time returning officer say all clear space now one my recounting of the whole place. So beside me say, is it only a cluster? And I say no, let's do all the 15 police stations no cluster. And I'm staying in the dream. Only KWABENA for tax and they buy it. Or they buy now. As soon as we buy now, there were some police escorts from the mobile, apart from police for no more. I don't know if the police people were part of the reinforcement because the protracted discussions with the RO and agitations among the electoral people, that's the normal electorate, and the EC officials. And it will surprise you to hear some of the comments from EC officials. EC officials, they say, just I think the VO said they were not going to grant us that. The RO had not even said that. Said they were not going to grant us that. And that she expected me to be there. And I asked a very logical question to just look at how feeble Nigerians is here. Say, in the presidential elections, is anyone president able to be at the over 29,000 polling stations? No. But if he suspects that there are things wrong, we are entitled to call for a recount and I'll be by the time I'm standing by his presence and then what he spoke to the EC officials, together with the men on the mobile, and changed everything entirely. And so a positive action that was going to be given to the recount to make sure say our suspicion is right or wrong now.
So at what point normal ebefa a ballot boxes no? Me person the time no other issues or takwane other places. So we just want to pick it quickly.
Time yes can sabia na oba table no and a police for the shas say omo tie me type one. If you are living with this one mistake ma we how Kumsen campaign manager now.
But how Kumsen eba at that particular moment?
How Kumsen amba me lecturer Mr. Nim neba or Mr. Nim is the campaign manager for how Kumsen.
Okay.
And to me some more catch police for no any EC officials now. In Japan you so many normal stepping back. I thought initially said they were creating space for the recount to happen. Before I don't know like we were not able to breathe. You could try for your minimum. You think so the entire man I hanky to not a then one of his guys ran and then snatched ballot boxing contention adequate.
Mr. Enimno guys.
Yes.
Mr. Enimno guys.
Obedu police station just when he was about to
get Epacho. Onipa no snatch a box no. Enipa no Mr. Enimno nenam.
Your boys now on your mobile station.
Okay. But at the chrono and mom when he says say yamu more who had the crow.
Mepacho baby. Yeah, your engineer who but before that thing that happened, you will say all the EC officials and the police had to step back after Mr. Nim spoke. We didn't know. In our mind, we thought they were opening up the space to bring in more tables to arrange the ballot boxes, and then we'll start.
But at the crime, when you are Muntimi Humeno, more the crow. Whether a pepper spray and answer a tear gas or any one will be there.
Whatever they see, it happened that particular action.
That is
4 times.
Maybe now, and Crawford winning in that feeling, no, Nasa Monqua.
Yeah, you want table, no, almost waiting. First instance, no bad, in banning them and no more banner. Almost a young way counter, they will be a Janico, I know. It be more and keep you, and it would interest you to know, sir, these men that came, some were brandishing guns, pistols, and other weapons before the people to scare the people.
Indeed, ballot boxes normal for say.
That's what I say.
Ballot boxes normal for say.
Almost the 3 boxes in all, and at the January.
Almost fire no, almost for a car by a Mr. Nim the car now say they just run away with it.
Almost January, almost the ballot box back across a road now because coalition center never quite well. Almost the ballot box back across a road now. You chase you, almost the back far. I just said the Jayawana, and I back on almost the 2 white pickup demo. You're chasing car and so the only ballot yet need DH at the core Kaswa district police officer, yet any district police commander, and you're one of the ballot boxes. And look up on the police played with our mind. Almost
okay, but me about at that moment, not police for not so our grounds.
The police were there, but Mr. Nimba and the police now became more of protecting Mr. Nim or just being rendered America.
What I want to know is the air consulting not police for no
in the presence of them, Bobby.
Okay.
One policeman now did the Akatani doing so him again. He showed me gun and I'll try to say, I don't have money. Me miss a car, me the beton. And I'm saying, I may not have money, but I will not sell my conscience for peanuts. And that power will change in this country. It will change today, it will change tomorrow, and we will definitely come for him. We should not it anywhere. Within Nima, I can point him out. He demonstrated to me, said he was there because of Mr. Nim and his boys, and not us. How can you be driving a candidate out of the place with the and allow Mr. Nim, who has no stake in this election, to the peripherals and his boys to mess up? Do you know that?
Okay, so Meno can say no. Munyan declare winner.
Yes, they now declare winner for the which is a but one thing I want the district director of elections, I can say whether I like it or not, you go ahead and declare the results by close of day today. Can you imagine?
But Nanka, even without the 3 boxes, now almost still know. And I say almost.
I say almost in this conversation with you, I see almost. Then I asked her, the ballot boxes were not sealed. And that what is the guarantee? The ballot woman reflects the true choice of the people. And that staffing, of course, how would you know? And so what was an initial
okay. So what he's saying is Omo and Omo Ebed declare winner this evening.
That is why it's by close of today. They will go ahead and declare that if I am agreed at the results, I can proceed to court.
Okay, all right. Thank you, my brother. Okay. So we rehearsals. Rehearsals. So enkomono ebi wa takwa enkomono other places enkomono bi wa me no be kasa free northern region ene and I'm busa the tactics are omo use here because almost omo police station crofo be attack almost and he gave me the scenario and they would like to omo be replicate it come 2024. So over to you, Joe Latte. I'm fire no NCA. Na menkubenum. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. CMG scratch there. And I may check 1,000, 10 million. 1,000, 10 million. Pam. And then they may be nipa by 15. One bed kia bantam no modem. Okay, so given says complaints, weakness, and lapses. You know the people you are going against. What measures did you put in place? Disappointment and we don't need this narrative in 2024. Okay, so now district assembly level. Yes, nache ballot boxes. District assembly level. And even with that, they are complaining. Me also almost social media for no say apathy at the end there fine kosia. But oye. All right, so a Japadia document. Tikwame, you will start with a year. This man here. Bobie, who is the head of security in the NDC party? I've asked you this several times. Me, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. But at this point, at least the NDC should have central command where information is also. Yeti some more. We get documents. Some of the documents into NDC documents or Munsakano. We in Sakana they are not or kind of different way. We in Sakana they are not kind of there is no coordination. Everybody is running to public. They can't sit down and analyze. Yeah, scandals are NDC, especially Okuja Tonumune other MPs no. Omo I expose under this Akufo-Addo administration. Say NDC never power na MPs. Ensa cancer scandals we are. No NDC are by no nkwane we 4 years or now 8 years no way. Yeah, they will coordinate it well. But we there, we no obi a person or call public me who say one na ye ti okuja to man there so anu akoto atum no en ma there na we am so no I can do am so na we am man there so they are just going like that. There is no commanding point. Even some of the informations, some of the scandals, you don't throw it out there. Now say when you say omo asase recruit enkwala no community police for no omo recruit omo into mainstream police edo omo akwa using forgery names, and they are recruiting the Ashantis. They are recruiting them. They know where they will take them to. They know. So, let's see how to. Mame, I'm picking from first page. Me pese Ghana ni bia follow me awia we. Ejapade. Yebe yino 1-1. Yebe timi aye bia no yebe ye. So ejapade restricted document ejapade. I learned this man is the Chebi chief. Okay. So Mpacho, let's go. Yambra over share a year contents noa. Me ba cho ye scroll ne kakra wo ye Facebook page into betimi a follow so oba share the contents no a about the economic and financial sector control. So economic and financial sector control. And you be dealing with the bullet points, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4 coming. Now, so you're starting with economic and financial sector control. So document where they came out to deny it. But no, let's start with the forward. Omo be denying ye say oh enye no kre yanu nti na yene mo kamu asem ni ade atoto de esi no ni abusa ehwo asem se etisa na entisa. So this is the forward to our future made up of the present and the unborn. Omo ayango wo mumpo for whom this will ejapade will of a nation is being prepared to our foremost king of Oripani, the progenies spread across this world for whom and to whom alone this sacred document is prepared. Even woman what links, ye beneficiaries of whatever is contained in this criminal document. As the heirs of Nana Apianin Kwaframa, whatever, Nana Kuntunkrunku, whatever. And for a penny, our people were never defeated in the wars of old. We were nobody's subject, and yet after 1957, we were made to live in the shadows of the descendants of people who never defeated us in war, while the Ashanti Kingdom was uplifted to put us in the shade. In the relatively recent times, the struggles and wares of J.B. Dankwa to restore Chiman to its original glory were thwarted, but he fought bravely to the end. Now, you see, this forward, Obia will follow Bibiano and shall say, Mokai say, that mad guy or Safmafu, Mokai saw Safmafu making statement say, Yaji independence. Na santifo nka ho. Yeah, Osafma that madman. Ono na yes ha and so already ha say no a. Etwa picture kyerɛw. So already ha etwa picture e de kyerɛw because Osafma one of their allies, though not from Chebia Himfio, but he's an ally. He's an ally. Into one no de sumano say omeka. Omu wini powerful from one. That was the first kwasiakeka efri omanumbaye Jimmy Keka. Nobody heard the Kufado condemning it. Nobody heard National House of Chiefs condemning it. That look, adewe identity ba omemu, but na sa foolish man no not waka sa asem no. And that is why I believe that we are Santini now to aba me Kufuadua. Where Jimmy unim nyansa. We are Santini and you ever supported the Kufuado political career. Where Jimmy unim nyansa, you don't know exactly what is happening. We the typical Ashantis, we know. We know what is happening. And we have stood on our feet and fought it hard. So they picked Napo na poma me free achem or papa free. Oh, they started omu invade your territory no montem. So omu yusu na pone sa kwa kromfo na no buagum na Greek minister no ba no akoto so maame ya achem eno mo Ashanti region. So they use them as Ashanti face. And this year running mate omo ka running mate one people no more ka Ashanti no more kobo napodi naponya Ashanti ni napoya achem ni oboko prempe oya achem ni omo penetrating system no style bi. And so read this document we second paragraph no e confirm what Osafmafo asemo kan no na Osafmafo dey can make a statement when Jomama was in power or say omo mineral resources no dodo no omo mineral resources o masase no entra ho ema abusua omo ni hwe emeche dodo fo ade ema oman Ghana Osafmafo pani ya kwase a eso o ka kire ne se wo keka nkwase asem wenum begyina bonte a na omo no ede omo se atiri obi so se wenum eya abusuan papa mu but deep down within them they know when they enter into their rooms, in their chambers, in their closets, they know, they think evil about the other tribes, about the other people. Third paragraph. With the arrival of Nana, in reference to Akufo-Addo, we see the rebirth of a second JB Dankwa who has come to the rescue. So now they see the second thief, the second criminal, second saboteur. Akufo-Addo behavior clearly should tell you, Tama and Nkrumah Epe independence. JB Dankwa was the one thwarting on my way efforts to get our independence. So yankai mama brofunu ngo kakra na yen serve as intermediaries between Ghana for and abrofono inti ye be governors na ye jinkra ye dia cooperating enu o makodwene ho ni abeka de broni so ka akere mo Nkrumah say no self reliance now. We don't need them. Let them go. Nkrumah si vaku na JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Nkrumah si akoso modam JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Nkrumah si motorway Black Star Line JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase. Ebino no atame zomama esi ayi ye friend say atoabo gas na kromfo Akufo-Addo no na wonamase enye omusi eye UGMC na kromfo Akufo-Addo ne MPP fo no enye UGMC hospital enye omusi Gawes hospital enye Bank of Ghana hospital enye Bokom Emporium enye Rich hospital enye Kumasi Kejetia enye Ibrahim Mahama no kotu ayi galamsey wo adum enye Ho Airport enye Cape Coast Stadium enye Tamale Airport phase 1 enye Kumasi Kejetia market hwese nsuo to ana nsuo bam wamu traits no that's how they behave. So the forward a what sa document we no a clear eye opener. Otu aswa ɔkyerɛw sɛdeɛ wɔn bɛfa so akyekyere ɔman ne nsa agu n'akyi. Enti mesrɛ obi bia a wɔtie me, just pick out the foreword, read it carefully. Na bɛte aseɛ yie. Mepatɔ yɛmmra main issue ne so yɛnhyɛ aseɛ with the economic and financial sector control. Yɛnhyɛ aseɛ with the economic and financial sector control. Yeah, nanaya say Kotokraba market, Cape Coast. Yes, Kotokraba market. Almost anye. Bibianye. Now, introduction. I'll say the economy and financial systems constitute the nerves of every country. Indeed, political power and economic control are inextricably linked in such a way that any group that controls economic might of a nation essentially controls its political power. At the same time, political power is virtually a condition precedent to economic and financial power in our country and Africa as a whole. Our agenda for political dominance would hinge on our financial might. We therefore need overwhelming control of the key economic growth pillars of Ghana. Such dominance will assure significant inflow of resources to finance our political blueprint. Again, control of key economic and financial sectors will give unparalleled leverage in the periods we may not have direct political authority. With economic power, we could manipulate the system to generate an unfavorable economic situation enough to make any government of the day not directly under our control to become unpopular. The importance of a significantly large and stable financial firepower to finance the execution of our political and economic control project cannot be overemphasized. So these people want economic power. Enti krono no a omo bono de wiesika. The level a omo destroy omaino wiesika sa ni nyina no eye control. And now they are controlling the system. Yes. Yeah. At the end of our but the level of omudisika ewra system no. The level of control omo pesika bebre eguo yakasa asen we ha. The reason why omo pesika na eguo ne say NDC winia, they will use the money to buy their way out. And not only that, they will use the money to disturb the system. They have money to sponsor boys. They will have money to buy arms. They will have money. And one more years kogu outside in such a way for John Mahama no se ombet nya jisikani nyina back no ebeye den papa. Omo se uwia ketua bi a ye gi afru nsem anya den. But we are bebria yajia ebibeka. Now, point 1 to phase 1 overview. Me pacho no what the kosro now the kosro. The first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented in the next first term of office. As we get closer to the end of the first term, we have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties, largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better Had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elites we had included as cover. Mepamcho so be akai PDS about time 2018-2019. 2018-2019. Gabi ayi leak tape no sa audio no you tum na ya moncha o manfo ade krank o mo pe e de ayeyen. So PDS was the first attempt. O man bia hoden eye nyina ma hoden. Se mo nyina ma hoden to fom a eno ano no kaput finito. Enti ya nyire ye ho ne ye nsom. Eno se nkurasefo bi be fra wo mo. Sa nkurasefo no na ama mo antumi execute ade kro person mo ye. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Japa project has resulted in them wrong-footing us and emboldened the opposition to jump into the fray. We should, however, find some ingenious ways to overcome the opposition. Ingenious ways, clever ways. Ingenious means clever ways, witty ways. Ompenyansa kwai biso, ompenyansa kwai biso. Omumpe nyansa kwai biso na omumfa. So nyansa kwai no how they can pay bribes, how they can pay bribes to the opposition element to stop talking about, because PDS me no ka say sika atiakam be $1.9 billion. Nobody is talking about it. They don't organize press conferences on it. But Skanakam is with them. Or say, changes in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, mainly the Central Bank and Securities and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownership. Enti, let's do this. Yengu and Crawford banks. Ubusom say Heritage Bank. What happened? That candidate for jail, Anderson, Bank of Ghana, or say, the problem you say. Sedu Agongo is not fit and proper. And yes, sir. The problem no. Okay. So we a leaked tape. Tape you bet you know. A leaked tape between Gabi.
You can't go below 40.
No, sir.
At all.
Yes, Gabi, see, we come far.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah. No, I can't go below the 40. I would rather prefer getting off and just getting something out of it and just getting off.
Okay, so I see.
It's just to demonstrate that this is for me and it's not for anybody. And that is something I want to just come up very strong on.
Okay, if that's your final position, then we have to let the others know and sign off both meetings forward.
Okay, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So what's here? Audio we na be kai a overview no. Second paragraph. Or say, there have been difficulties largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-Achim elites we had included as cover. Now, man, for a busa percentage or more per percentage. ya jia de ye percentage way ye na ma agro no tija no ye na ma agro no etija de no bia hu so mu use PDS edi abewia ye okọ otu also from the next page after the overview they talk about data bank. Data bank financial services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of government assets. A fact. Me pacho say Ghana ha ye wo say no SIC egu state insurance company egu enterprise group and a main insurer for government agencies, departments, ministries assets. Enterprise group eye kenoforiata dia. Data bank major government deals. Data bank engage them as transaction advisors. They take their way minority na kasa me pacho document we NHS Air Force. Is it not the role enterprise group is playing in your economic sector? Me pacho enya no kre. The role data bank a play enya no kre. And the na document we Air Force. Document we the na Air Force. Okay. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of kernel GVG into the telecommunication space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry points are other notable successes of phase 1. Me pacho Unipass issue now. That corrupt, fraudulent Unipass deal. Ewo Ghana port me pacho Ghana for esi ana ensi ye edawa na se enna ho kan GVG eya wo mo fa so wi $7 million eslo wusu ekwa wi aso mo so mo chema se NDC fo bi nya bi o se de yo we I don't know, but the kan GVG Unipass involvement eye Ghana ni bia nim sam enti ade na ma document we eye document a eye force enye nkure otu aso say the digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes Ghana QR is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desires of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but it's one that must not be allowed to fail. So now, a Japan Royalties. Mokai say Japan Royalties issue nusu unity. Samokai yantam o minor agudie afanko siawrwa no munyi hu sika ketwa bi say $500 million. Na kwasia bi mefa ya agudie nyina nko because sa akromfo we led by Kufado Bawumia person mo render this country a poor country. Ogboro says, Bobie, enterprise insurance has taken over the private sector too. They came to my school some months ago to insure my teachers and I sacked them. Well, notable setbacks occurred in the power sector. As civil society and the opposition entities were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiation and merit deal and the power distribution services PDS takeover of the Electricity Company of Ghana. The takeover of Kotoka International Airport by the use of management agreement is also one that is facing considerable headwinds from the workers. The lessons learned from this must guide our execution of phase 2 of the economic and financial sector agenda. These are vital assets that we must pursue in phase 2. Our media and public relations wing must strategize to control the public discourse to ensure successful acquisition of these assets. So in their first 4 years, it was phase 1 now. Phase 1 would describe it for the first 4 years. In the first 4 years, no one to me and grab on your money. But then they need to have a new strategy, a new plan. The phase 2 no. A year 4 more for nanano. After a year 4 more for nananum. So phase 2. This stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving Nana another term to govern this country. This phase would consolidate. So going to 2020, they know. Said now a cab fee. In the document way, a day in a woman, a ma document way, see what Ghana ha, a ma document way, a fraudulent document. Tell me, 2020, John Bodo America Kufa do lose. 2020, even what happened in Parliament was a clear signal. Mamento. The stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving another term to govern this country. This phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital markets sector. It will also see to the taking of significant stakes in mining, oil and gas, telecommunication, as well as marine and aviation, the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of phase 1, has been introduced here. Come back. Also, this phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital market. That's the financial service sector. It will also see to the taking of a significant stakes in mining. Inti yenyusu abujina poni yankoye community mining. Community mining ya. Siyasi abeya ejapa royalties na mosimo mayanya. Ya befa kwaye befa so tu. Gold ne eniema no e de adwane afiri o man wem. Inti yemfa abujina po osano de right ketwa no Samuel Jinapo ya kire no krono bo nti yemfa ono ne yenyusu no community mining but ya ne yetu ade no ne de adwane afiri Ghana ha oil and gas no matiasim on say your friend say to say omakofa nkrofo aba instead say ombe revamp no they are bringing in people ebie a private a crude refinery companies to no Kwame Nkrumah yesi ye ho no President Mills, President Mahama Baye through a wadakon omu pagya to esi ho. Say they are bringing in private companies, umber refining crude. And they have now privatized to. And obidia banu gold for oil. Sani ama we nyina wa document we mu. Sani ama we nyina e wa document we. Jerry say, look, Bobie, the Japadia document is a Kufado's playbook. Look at SMLGRA now taking over upstream oil and petroleum sector and also gold. These guys will face the anger of the people after they exit office. Yes. Voila. Go for a Dutch back or Germany question. Not tourists. How can a private company, SML, take over a Juma and Kesa GRA, any MPA for ye, ɛwɔ the oil industry, but the SML I hear ɛyɛ Kufuor cousin ɛdia into phase 2 from 2021 nneɛma ɔmo execute no take over yɛnwura oil and gas industry more. They are doing it. Telecommunications, marine and aviation. Me pacho mo from information bra. Omu ra every sector. Omu dominate be bia. Tio. The area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of the phase 1, has been introduced here. Manufacturing and commerce. Eyada na me kofa niema ba. Ye say yamfa bill enko to parliament. Eni se me pese me kofa niema e se me kohunu ayi Jimini to say ayi Ketiamo. Na ono akyerɛ me quantity ni niema metimi afa edi aba ɔman no mu. Ɔmpɛ sɛ ɔmo yere system no ɔmo renda obia hiani na obia akɔ ɔmo akɔ sresre kwasiafoɔ saa. Now with the banking, insurance and capital market, that's the financial sector. Or say control of this vital area will need to be expanded from a 2-tier system to 3 tiers. Consequently, the strategies to be deployed in each of the subsectors will be along the lines of mother, that's the supervisory, biological children, direct control, and adopted children, indirect control. So you know the mother serpent. Then the children also taking over. Oba church the banking sector no mother no mu. Oriakwaba. Okay. So we are going. Mbacho wo phone so.
Wo me phone so but we
okay. No, we me ya de kosa ya ne de kosa.
Boss me come there can say. Baby I shall and this is level elections no. We say me bana me tio.
Yeah.
We had shall and me be cow. Last week na me can NDC for asem.
Yeah.
Me can me the two na de atoa. Me the two na de atoa. When I was telling you catch the Ghana for nyina so omo ye adwuma pa. Won se ma kan last week ene ne no. Okabo mu a.
Ongusu yo.
Okabo mu a. And twice mu.
Ongusu yo.
Pesa me de sha se.
Ene de japade.
You really can see now and you hear the giant mabbe japade.
Okay, so the banking mother. Control of the mother is essential to control the industry. That's the banking sector, right? Maybe I send the document number. Very good. So far, the head of the mother and his first deputy are strongly aligned to our cause. They are from our compound, and we perceive no threat from these two. The second deputy appeases the agenda advocate, and is also not a source of discomfort. In this vein, there is no need for changes in those places. It is however noted that the head is likely to reach. So it goes now. The mother, so what you say?
That's the Bank of Ghana.
That's the Bank of Ghana. Yeah. The biological children, so what you say?
Deputies.
Then yammo adebiso under the biological children, so esi. Oh. And I read, these are banks in which we should have controlling interest. The collapse of local banks with ties to the opposition NDC and other rival political factions during the cleanup operations undertaken by the mother was a resounding success. It facilitated the flow of substantial financial resources into our war fund through backflow of some of the advertised cleanup costs. The NDC has been poor, incoherently and consistently demanding detailed accountability and audit of the funds spent. True or false?
True.
That's right. The process the process further led to the establishment of Consolidated Bank Ghana. True or false? Currently, a wholly owned government of Ghana Bank and our proxies are well placed to take controlling interest when the bank is eventually returned to private ownership. And I think they have started the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so many say, Baba.
They have started the process.
Yeah, they know. Dr. Papa was in the Benjamin Bank. You do for Benjamin Banks.
Okay. So now we know the bank, the mother, the biological children, and communities. Issues about ABSA is here. EcoBank. Nina ewa hase. Okay, insurance ewa. Issues about adopted children. Said ye omono edien but yen dealing with mining, oil and gas industry. That is 1.43 mpacho mining, oil and gas industry. Okay, so our mining as well as oil and gas strategies constitute a major plank of the blueprint for controlling the extraction of natural resources which God has generously bestowed on Ghana, particularly the Achim land. Jimmy. Growing environmental factors are rendering risky our use of illegal small-scale mining galamsey as a source of financing our political objectives. There is therefore the need to roll out a more rigorous legal means of controlling significant stake in the legal gold value chain. Community mining. To this end, a cursory look at the approved concessions should be looked at. Asante Bediato is to lead the process to take over these concessions detailed below and consolidate them into the extended Ejapa LLC, incorporated in Jersey. So they have the companies, groups, enterprises qualified to operate here. Oko, Ashanti region, company Kalim Abdullahi Concentration Enterprise, they are there. Develop Peace Mining Enterprise, Omo Amansia West, Achman Ponwa, Bentes Enterprise, they are there. Oko Central Region, Upper Denchira. Companies noa ewo ahanyina omo ye adwuma. They have given them license and they are working effectively. All these companies, they are there. Document way bibia nwe wo mu a eyentro. So omal listed companies no bebre amase West Okrampo de womo ye wo se ojafadum no bebre. All these companies, Cobra Gold Mining Company, Rosda Enterprise, Dia Mining Group, omunyina, they are there. Now oba bedru issues about funds about telecommunication and yanya no sisi ampacho yembi ono sisi akonta mining one telecommunication. Also, we currently do not have much foothold in this sector. The critical role that telecom companies play in the lives and economic fortunes of this country require us to make a strong entry into the sector. The successful planting of Kenya GVG into the telecom sector has given us unparalleled advantage in terms of having a view of activity flow within the sector and the ability to monitor communication of persons of our choosing. The intelligence monitor communication of persons. Okay, the intelligence gathering power allows us to target and eliminate any potential threat from within the MPP, particularly those not inherently loyal to our cause and nanas, which include members of the opposition NDC. Say mimi there, minimo ka say mimi Facebook. Wamuna e control mi Facebook o. Enti na mimi mayaba nche mimi account. Ana se enkomo so na ombetie se mimi enkomo na ombetie dia. Mimi enkomo yi. Eya me ne mo adwuma yi a. Adwuma yi aga bi ne akufu adum yi ya. E won koma. Entu dia utie bia. Adwadi fo nkomo. ɛna mimi die mini nkɔbɔ foforɔ biara na me production team nkɔmɔ a yɛdie na nkɔdaa no kakraa bi so nkɔmɔ kakraa bi asa mimi ni nkɔmɔ biara bio deɛ mbɛtie biara no adwadi a me ne mo ɛyɛ mo yɛ so deɛ mo amɔ tua Zion fo nkɔmɔdie mudi bi bo yɛ Zionist fo mo tebe pɔ no so asɔre a yɛkɔ mu kɔ bi mo awurade anim a mo kɔ yi yɛ anim nyinaa ti sɛ me kɔ awurade anim na bɛtie me awurade anim nkɔmɔde a yɛne deɛ no problem because minu mienu nyina nyame ne bɔ yɛ ho ban ti sɛ wobɛtie ɛyɛ awurade yɛ me kɔ n'anim nkɔmɔ na wopɛ sɛ otie a go ahead and listen na bo sɛ me ne awurade so kasa ya ɔda ne ho adi sɛ de ɔda ne ho adi kyerɛ mo no da ne ho adi ɛde kyɛ nkɔmɔ foforɔ biara ni hɔ bio nkɔmɔ foforɔ biara ni hɔ abɛti but they are using it to monitor their opponents. They are using it to monitor their opponents. Into omo ateki a center stage. Omo ateki control. Here, omo wie no. Saturday way taking control of a telecommunication sector no. Adiom de babini. Start from the political terrain. Point 2. The political terrain. And minia meye we ni mawa then major amount na dia ye we no ani aba meye district assembly dia no quick. The political terrain. Pacho obi a ofolo bia nyi document na o say as we make the final push for the EC registration, it is important to roll out our final onslaught to ensure that NDC eventually becomes a French party. Whereas we do not expect the Electoral Commissioner herself to blatantly cripple the NDC, we could deploy the other non-EC functions, such as the need to maintain law and order, using our people within the security agencies to frustrate NDC supporters from either registering or voting. Brian Champion will be key in this endeavor. Mepacho Esiana NC. Esiana NC. Enti. Enye se omo nkrofo a womo ewo system no mu nko a they are also buying NDC omo kura ya din be kura de mo renegades. Are they renegades? Saboteurs. What that they can buy them into say almost since printing press and almost printing ebinum newspapers, directing them how to, you know,
what to put on the front page and what not to put.
Exactly.
Discuss.
Yeah. Into NDC paper bi. Any also John Mahama mu a wɔtwene fam. Omu yusu Samia Okunum. Ena de atwen saafo no. Almost as you know, 10,000 Ghana a month. You are selling your conscience for 10,000 Ghana. Where Jimmy Abodam. So now the issue Atamels Wohono. Now the issue no say ope Ghana ye and now ope a year NDC ye. But the issue was that look, a kwabia tembiano, you should be in control. Senya wo dia ene yen sei nti de sei de ene me di newspaper be kwa maba omianom normal print ya mame na me dia Sergio Mahama say nipa no wo fa wo mu gira wo say yenka NDC achievement ni yenka MPP achievement. They know NDC John Mahama have performed better but for their pocket to almost started 10,000 Ghana a month. Also, crowd are diabetes. Untime wenam. Untime chwanum. And so be share me was na day. Na ke wona na waye nyanga sa na se ono a kodia baifu aduane. Ye moska. Ye machit comport kofa kan so uni ahoto. Uni ahoto. Me kwabena me wa ahoto. Me wa ahoto pa. We mi free na aka me 150 makoto akoko lay and din bi 95 Ghana and the mess team dia she fridge mu won kate won kruma ochina matoko nkunte asa sorry ano pa maka ne troka nwa me nkruma asa aguso nyadua kakra matwitwa eguso obeba akwankwa hie enu am teme ho twabetie ne mfuruma your friends say fifre timi motuom ne bi timi pan mu di mi se free mu na me ko Facebook ko kan kwase asma kire kufu ado efri se bi wa hotom me no bia ni asem bia wona wudidi enso wo fon ya print newspaper man won so wo fon adwenjire da so boni nti onipa ni ahoto boni di onipa beko hell ubeko akwaje chit ewo airport airport akwayi ka ubetwi ka no na ni ahoto esi no so ana ada ni ja na ehihyew petro nimi ka bukura nyame adumunti miso mi esia eso ebokul efrise minu obia ni turumuhwe obia sori mebusam se na no sika na adwuma no wanyo minu obia ni ho asem uni principles ka akronfo sei awudifo sei wundi wo machi enye ka prekra mfiri omoda akronfo asefo tse kufu adonom omusika kra ankedi kwa sei wakono akronfo criminals omamboyefo omusai oman yen dealing with issues about the party, the MPP party. Also, the youth and women's wing of our party remain our weakest link. Every effort must therefore be made to get our national organizer to fill in the gap. Same applies to getting Esler to assist the women's wing. The substandard tag on Nana Boachi seems to be a perfect description of who he is. Per the earlier assessment made by D.M. Oforiata and co-writers of the August 2019 report, this is a tag we should actually shroud from his personal knowledge. In the meantime, we should keep up assurance of broad smiles towards him until he gradually wane from us. He pales into insignificance in comparison to George Opariado of the NDC. It is therefore important to avoid a one-on-one debate between our youth organizer and that of the NDC for the time being. In the start time, I'm going to be national youth organizer.
Yeah, development is something that came before the 2020 elections.
And that
one came before 2020.
One, yes, but we.
And this one is the friend is an advancement of the entire
document.
Plan, no?
Yeah. Sent to Ombema first phase.
Yes.
First phase, no, 4 years, no.
Yeah.
Things they were able to achieve and the things they were not able to achieve.
So as of now, they are doing what is beyond way. Post this document.
Yes.
There is another document.
Yeah, but no, but we know is telling you the 4 years and Yama or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
What you are saying? And Yama or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
So, sometime now, or assessing and a B strength, no. Na substandard, na abaso.
Very substandard.
Na and that's from na substandard, no.
And it still stops substandard.
So, be any Miss Jimmy.
I'm friends saying DJ Caleb.
Or they say DJ Caleb.
Where Jimmy Chekuru.
Yo. So, one more national organizer Nana B any the channel no on Kennedy Japan about to win in the best chess document we at on Kennedy Japan or see a very good asset. The party must, as a matter of need and plausibility, defend him going into the 2020 elections. He has the utmost control over our action troopers and all the former criminal elements who are paused for the final push. In addition to his deep pocket, his financing of the grassroots affirms our dire need of him at all costs in the 2020 elections. While conceding his magnanimity towards the base, his penchant for being a loose cannon in attacking persons who should be left alone is sometimes worrying. As a result, he must eventually be weaned off. As our project reaps dividends to need less and less of his funding, his self-confessed unbridled quest for the personal wealth is a potential threat to causing us to suffer needless exposure. It is important for a dossier to be prepared on him and deliberately kicked through our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Wonderful. Who will call for his prosecution? Ken Opoku is to revise the 2016 plan and progress to his dossier for this purpose, but should not be filed under any official seal. In two cases, 2020-2021, Kennedy Japan started making noise, say, Omo person mu jaili no. Okay. Yeah. He started making noise, say, Omo person mu jaili no. But, enyadi bebaso. Kennedy Japan clashes with the presidency, Gabinum, Kenoforiata, clear, will document to him. On Samia Oku is a very much. Samia is a very good material with excellent political prospects. His loyalty to Nana should be acknowledged to encourage him to repeat his 2016 efforts of getting to the grounds to mobilize the youth. It is imperative, however, to watch his seeming rift with and Kojo Oponkroma. His loyalty beyond the terms of Nana cannot be guaranteed. Hence, the need to go all out and prop up Kojo Oponkroma in a subtle way. Why name say Kojo Oponkroma ne Samia Kudi esiani? Obiani.
Emma Kojo crack into emanation.
Okay. It may be instructive to prepare pieces of information regarding his encounters with the women, which appears to be in excess in his case. Samia Okunomo Ekano. On the Bodaminu, Obefa Kudi. The Odagotamu, Obefa Kudi. Ebia Otasetase. Sa.
Oyo.
Also, it makes him vulnerable to blackmail as a national organizer and key campaign person. It is perhaps important to limit his access to the inner circle and cordon him off gradually by introducing Mustafa Hamid during the final bouts of the campaign. This will in essence shield Nana from any damage arising from the leaks of Same Euku's escapades. A key point, however, is a much dangerous flirtation with the Kufuor camp, an aspect which raises serious questions regarding the need to contain him. So on Samioku, want to quick one on Samioku.
Alpha. I am here saying and I will share a japa.
We have done it.
And the producer said
No,
man
we've done
say
it before.
We have done it, but yeah,
yes, the entire Mikasa say we a whole blueprint of a Kufuor and a chim or more empire or more building. Now a book of content is about say 39 page bia so a funny pabako and to a proposal me pushy to your producer nimsa feed the corner way you see 2024 more every day bia no dey say untimi and every day every week bia no let's take one person one page na yen discuss it because yɛkeka bɔ so bebree ɛma viewers no ana listeners no ɛdɔɔso ma ɔmo
ɛne agye sɛ mede topics ne bi ba wo show no so
ɛdɔɔso dodo enti wode everyday bia na
yɛ discuss no wɔ hɔ
wode to a fa baako 1 page fa ka ho na ɛno nyɛ like morning sermon awie bia ne akyerɛkyerɛm because wonsɛ sɛsi a waka yɛwɔ safo maafo waka ɛyɛ ɔmo yɛ so mpɛsɛ ɔmo bɛgu asante ahenni asante ahenni pɛsɛ ɔmo pɛsɛ ɔmo gu no banks ɔmo pɛsɛ ɔmo gu no ɛyɛ Canada Japan Samia Wuku
so these things yɛ nneɛma ɛsi we are just reminding the listeners that
ɛdɔɔso dodo ayɛ sɛ wakɔ party na edi aduane bebree abɛso sɛ buffet na ahia na obedi but yɛ ma kwan na wodi we nnɛ wɔn me no akoda
no say aba buffet
wa bie onam ɛyɛ mframa bɔ ne ade kyi a no asa we yi baako no asa adi na account team timi pacho anyway on Samia Wuku asɛm bia no wɔ sa book we mu a na NCA
the mention John Boy
yes asɛm bia ni hɔ a asɛm ɔmaka bia asi die NCA no susu besi na some of them no book we liki ye no na enya happen kra me yehu ye but omo kɔ no sa pepepe it tells you say ade a yɛde kɔ no sa pepepe indeed yes Samia Wuku whether I like it or not Samia Wuku ewo grounds when people mu papa Samia Wuku na etete na nabi na nso am say na nabi na adwene wo from 20 me ensua emfri Samia Wuku until still Samia Wuku wo national organizer nyina wo free national executives mu kra no Samia Wuku still have to go down there no koboa ma Samia eye na nabi eye na organizer or yeah as a youth organizer team because even the national organizer adwuma o nyina no de bia na Samia Wuku no aneboa no no watumi aye enti tell say Samia Wuku is very influential MPP for nankasa enim nemom tiase wo mo kan ye omo say omo nya sure say after nanado no Samia Wuku loyalty ebe remain the same because omunim do omode aye no omo say once Samia Wuku ye influential MPP in opposition most of the demonstration organizing was done by Samia Wuku and omode je power 2016 omode power 2016 Samia Wuku extra influential na ye pe obi a ye de bejojuna no ene kofa kojo opon ene di kojo opon kroma bae ena from my so more direct traffic ni nyina tu kojo opon kroma se de be ya be se Samia Wuku authority na chese onya sa animonyam no se kakra no na ye reduce powers no ye wi ani adiscard ya to atwene na chese kojo opon kroma ene de ko eno no masoja e de so omuntem ene ntokwa so omuntem bola soja no fo ase yeko ase yenko batehye ho indeed we hear Samia Wuku a won Samia Wuku kan krofo a obidi kai o man first said ya for Dr. Muhammad Bawumia no because say ni loyalty to Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo tabi because who say Nanado Akufo-Addo regime and I say that achim regime no is coming to an end and Dr. Muhammad Bawumia say bi obi o nim hwe sa no all politics mu no wo don ho bɔ no a ubenya more runti Samia Wuku koe na no nya campaign manager was the campaign manager ona ye adwuma ni nyina na bi kura sinka Dr. Muhammad Bawumia and consider no for running mate ananka ni din wo soro pa de tie ne say afi no obenya 40 years wonyanya 40 years enti afi no oba benya 40 years enti uko choose na as a running mate emfa because Ghana constitution is say obi o running mate die o vice president automatically we president and na Ghana presidential age is 40 and into honey disqualify nemum onko hyase ewo baby awoko na mp no enti woko this term woko 8 year term ni bedusu no sabre na abin soko
okay
na say odem enti yeso hwe boato aba no ma no
no so hwe
baby to no Samia Wuku na smart. And indeed, what did the next year, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia campaign, whether I like it or not, Samia Wuku ne dimun tentamai. See a befa na po, see a fan na po, see a befa a Pentecost, chairman. Samia Wuku, but and another no, those na Samia Wuku influential no. Now on that too much influential to the extent say no no krano, have to be so you have to have a say.
In fact, Obraya ANSAH pa MP.
Very good. NLA very good. Well, one of the politicians they be amoka so one more bra because wanya juma be ANSAH or join politics. Very good. But when it comes to political appointment, any achievement I want make it our MPP Akufo-Addo government now. You bet me I can say on merit because we be everybody. Any majuma Samia Uku. Even when all free national executive where so unko be mukrano, people were still pushing. Say Omla, no more contest. And there's no position in the NPP. National executive position, somebody like Samia Uka so contest here. Or win it, or by win it. And to apply the card, you never
but say Omu Jaima Omu call primaries Kwapem Nofa. And then keep him.
Oh, that be
anyway. But you
I want him just 1 second. Nipa no no ye MP oba no.
We dwane.
Won say Samia Uku ba na ne hu ton no so no we dwane. E no abehye o kan kwe enough. Entinyo obi na pamu no.
Na
ono na kwa
ono na asem no de yem fanto because yeah when I send me documents be from Kwapem Nofa no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's leave. Now the Rollins factor. So they mentioned the John Boadu factor, the Rollins factor, other minor political parties. Let's touch on the religion and chieftaincy. The Ghana population is largely made up of Christians. We must bear that in mind, in all our activities. It is therefore essential for the government to take an interest in the relationship between the government and the church. It is further evident that a large number of discerning Ghanaians are not comfortable with the proliferation of mushroom churches and their activities. This is visible in the large support and condemnations received by Kennedy Japan when he declared war on the church. Government can easily capitalize on this and quickly come forward with legislation to regulate these churches. Immediate examples include Rwanda, and will bring an end to the vulnerable women who have suffered years of abuse at the hands of these mushroom pastors. These issues notwithstanding, it is important to identify the profile some church leaders within the country as they seem to perpetrate an agenda against the political tradition. They must be properly contained and muted. Critically, Duncan Williams. So now they are coming to describe Duncan Williams. His love for money is not in doubt. A material inducement and commercial gains make him vulnerable to market incentives. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with
good nose for the highest bidder.
He has a good nose.
No, just the highest bidder.
I got Tiska.
And
also Otiska the first word. God of Shalom, the Almighty. He has come down to visit me today. And in that night he told me that my son, the man, will come here early in the morning, 8 a.m. Congrats. Before I woke up, I couldn't see anywhere. I couldn't think about anything. Then I heard somebody knocking on my door. I said, Jehovah, you are Almighty. Okay, so let me go on. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with leading members of the NDC is an open secret. It is therefore important to encourage the EC chair to build better relations and frequent his church. Kwame, what's it? Okay, his place as discreet as possible to seek spiritual direction and make firm pledges of a commitment to a transparent election. In the what we say Omubeyi 13 or 15 eminent advisors to a year easy
advisory committee.
Duncan Williams eka Omu yusu Jane Mensah to bring Duncan Williams into the game. Bishop Ajiansare, quite visibly an NDC sympathizer who only appears to shake or speak whenever MPP is in power, he must be watched carefully. Our men within his inner circles have done pretty well with accurate briefs, but it is time to add an open, muscular approach. The respect and esteem with which he is holding by other leading pastors may need to be marred by recruiting other high stage pastors to launch vile attacks in some ingenious ways. However, the president must desist from directly responding to him as advised by our people within his inner circle. So, Bishop, I just saw easy for no. Oman Franca, Sam Cranchankra. He is perhaps even more visibly a surrogate of the NDC who has cleverly reconciled his aspect to appear as a national Christian. Hey, a constant eye watch and monitoring of this man is required with specific efforts to contain his commercial interests, which have been identified. Otabel, even though sympathetic to us, information suggests that the closure of Capital Bank has somehow affected his loyalty to the MPP or to Nana. Brother Kenoforiata's account of his demeanor on the night before the announcement of the closure of Capital Bank indicates he was not too averse with our decision. The strategic implication of Ken meeting with the pastor and subsequent feedback from his inner circle points to the impression that he may what? Opt for an NDC replacement. Should that happen, it will be seen as a declaration of war by one of our own. We should be reminded that an insider fighting you is more dangerous than the sworn enemy. In any case, he appears to be more aligned with the Kufuor camp. Intelligent efforts should be adapted to root his church following against his person. Should he defect? So on Otabe, but Otabe the eminent adversaries, no.
Ono minim the bad minim say national secretary national cathedral no.
No, that one he resigned.
But so koka ho. Actually who say adwuma ne ahyehyɛ.
On chief imam, government must prepare an exit plan for the national chief imam.
Ye jada kwan.
Also mashas here.
Yeah,
Omode my kind nom. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by other Muslim leaders should be taken into consideration. So,
the eminent, advisory committee,
why not?
It was made up of Mr. Justice Emil Short, Francis Emil Short, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman Peace Council at that time, Sheikh Osman Nur Shaributu, National Chief Imam, Mr. Sam Okudeto, the unlearned lawyer, Nana Ato Dazi, Council of State, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Presiding Bishop of the General Overseer Action Chapel International, Dr. Yao Ba, General Secretary Trades Union Congress, Reverend Charles Gabriel Palmer Buckle, Reverend Mr. Afemoni,
Omoya say,
DJ President
Gifty Afenidazi, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate,
Mate Umbi,
Mr. Tony Forson.
Okay, so now Maminya Chief Imam
Drew Osai.
Maminya Chief Imam, the government must prepare an exit plan for the National Chief Imam. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by the other Muslim leaders should be properly handled in the face of the promises we have made to each of them. Government will need to find a discreet way of influencing the process of the appointment of the next National Chief Imam as well as the deputy. The candidates for this should be well-verified party sympathizers who are likely to stand with the party in crucial circumstances, as has been with the current Ashanti region imam.
So you know what happened in respect of his license. Okay. I was have a patch on
Ashanti regional chief imam.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know ye person follow niema na de ade ba wie wo ba omia so no ani a kira asem no mo atimi ahunu sese mo anyere mo ho a problem beba. Okay, so Nana has shown his love for the Zongo community, creating the Zongo Ministry and establishing the Zongo Development Fund. This is both remarkable and historic in the annals of the political history of Ghana. By this singular act, Nana has taken bold steps towards breaking the NDC monopoly of the Zongos. This project is a must if we ever intend remaining relevant within the Zongos. Finally, cognizance has to be taken for elevating over 50 chieftaincies to paramountcy status. We need further elevation of such chiefs and redefining our very statehood, for which the new, uncelebrated, old, powerful kingdom is to be restored. It is very instructive. Looking at the broad coverage of the Buakwa, Kotoku, and Bosome, we must critically guard against any such issue of the JSC and Megacha ruling of 2019. In 2006, Kotoku for no press conference say Buakwa for now for mu Jimmy ampe baby e nyina asem ebesi no enye asem papa. Okay, so the national situation as regards the media landscape. Let's do the media. Quick one. The media has remained a veritable weapon in shaping public opinion and agenda setting strategy. We therefore have to wage an even more valiant war in pursuit of our grand scheme to capture and dominate the media landscape. If our overriding ambition is to be realized in this regard, we have to adopt a prolonged approach, which making sure that the critical mass of the nation will not connect the rapid media capture with us. Phase one. It's so sad to say you know be no I want to hear white. So phase one, we envisage that the role of Kojo Ponkroma will continue to be crucial in our quest to dominate the Ghanaian media landscape. He was super when planted around some big weights of the SY Mills Mahama government. Okay. While at Joy FM, his secret recordings from the then ruling government illuminated. Oh, I didn't know you're free or no. Okay. Illuminated our discussions and greatly influenced our strategy, which culminated in the landslide victory of 2016. So upon Kroma wa Joy Nyano, no recording one. What can I say? Upon Kroma, ewo Joy. Now one of the close allies by Randy Abbey. Randy Abbey was seen to be at then say Atamios Assemble. I was said the Randy Abbey si Kanafa. Say Jomama Assemble. I was said the si Kanafa. And almost formal click be Kwakubaku Randy Abbey Sefa Kainum friends of John Mahama. But they were not friends to Atamios. And that was where the war of Armageddon, because now as a miniko you the whole face almost squarely, paper because they were able to use their powers. Anti multimedia, yanko meet yamako jo ponkuma and kabia mame da. Debia me an enemy. But no more formal kabano. And that is why they were able to plan and get me out of multimedia. Because na menchima womo kra. Na dan de randi abenu from wo Peace FM. Komu kume. Na brother no mo de be wo mu ukwada. No mo de wo mu Friday. Nyere jojo no omo born by 1,000 times. Nyere jojo. Because at least you Atamios ba ko afiri mu. You understand?
Yeah,
Enti omo planti upon kroma or all those things na or pick it. Oh. Anyway. Last point. I say no wonder that Gabi made every effort for the young man to be promoted to the office of a substantive information minister. This is more so when we cannot vouch for the credibility and loyalty of Dr. Mustafa Hamid. At crucial times, Mustafa, was the longest serving spokesperson of Nana. But we were shocked when Nana caught him stealing campaign cash in such critical opposition era where we were suffocating from inadequate resources to prosecute campaign. Mustafa Somo Yinifrio.
I say Okowieska.
Mustafa Hamid.
I Okowia parties, Okowia campaigns.
Owieska.
I was born the car glass no Owieska no.
Use your microphone.
Obeka says cano. A friend is saying, Ayira, and so no we are. But Akufo-Addo still kept him because he knew that he was a very good thief, clever thief.
But Yinifrin in chain.
Yes.
And now, a woman who say Mustafa Hamid free on this is the reason.
Yeah.
Okowieska.
Yes.
And yet Mustafa Hamid Kokono.
Yes. Ofrino. And your Koko.
Ofrino.
Yes.
Only Okowieska no.
There's nothing wrong in telling an albino is an albino because
sure.
they are good at knowing themselves.
Some kaso BOBIE sad dark boy no.
Yeah.
You know.
It's their color.
Yeah.
That's why the chairman of the albino,
Fuamoni. Okay, so it is now obvious that Mr. Nkrumah has an ultimate presidential ambition. We have a duty to protect him and to assure him of our support for the future. The support will get him to commit to the media capture again. It is satisfying that he has been part of our manifesto drafting from 2012 to date. In the next government, 2021-2022, Gabi has already convinced Nana to move Kojo Nkrumah to the communication ministry to continue the clampdown on the opposition, as well as not too friendly radio and television stations. He is already excited about this promise on two grounds. He will be deemed to remain one of the loyalists for the future. Secondly, that ministry has one of the richest, hence a conduit for him to increase his personal financial muscles for his presidential ambition. So radio market in Ghana, Omo Aye, chat mpacho Kosruye, Omo Aye chat no. Enti, Uwawa, Ubonsa Uwawa, radio gold for no, Omunim. Hontokra se wanya message free upon Nkrumah order.
Upon Nkrumah be a minister. That was 2017. December, I invited show hosts and producers to the Ministry of Information, where they were press soiree.
I see.
That was 2017. So I don't know. Because we should say the outcome now good among us. Because thinking at least we have opened our doors to you. We are going to see some level of improvement to be. But anyama still na cost the backlash. They don't buy no too mukra, but too.
Okay. So Oshasa anyway yeah. Media stations that's the medium audience concentration. No, they decided to use Multimedia Broadcasting Limited, controlling 26.2%. Despite group of companies controlling 16.3%, Omni Media Limited, City FM controlling 4.7%, Casbin FM Limited, that is in Kumasi, controlling 3.8%, in all 44.8%. Then they have most popular news sources. Omo digital media family into omo peke sa nkrofo we on sa groups now Kojo upon Nkrumah say while our team aims at total dominance of the media architecture in the nearest future, there is a need to have a generally good appeal in the media. To this end, we have observed that the discourse in the media has been generally fruitful. This has not happened by accident. Upon Nkrumah has successfully recruited about 80% of top journalists, including some with adversarial tendencies towards us. His weekly covert meetings with them to plan the issues of the week have been exceedingly impactful. Yɛne na ma ɔmo hyɛ ase sɛ ɔmo print ebi newspapers ma ɔmo no. Saa pro NDC media and newspapers no. Ɔmo dɔm kɔ akosommo.
Forest Hotel.
Forest Hotel. No more print newspapers. No more catch on Momo, Momo, Mona Moya professional.
Akushomo.
Akushomo down. Okoto Yakamia. Nipa bebre say. Also the roles of Kwakubako, Paula Dumotre, Kwame Sifakai, OB of multimedia cannot be underestimated. It is for this reason that Nana nearly sacked Kandapa for delaying the release of their monthly allowance of 1 million Ghana cedis. 1 million, which is 10 billion. Since the national security budget does not go through the normal scrutiny, this group has to be assured of an enhancement of their regular emolument in our next government on condition that they work hard for our anticipated victory in December. So you get it? Then that is where this was leaked in 2019. Okay, so with the media, quick one. With the media, any media now for the
media. Okay, because I want to take it from a general.
Okay, Eslo on closure of opposition media, we score Esla also 70% for her execution of the agenda to close down. So Eslo Usu, mubetimi document no. One person you be able to PDF to bet me you na the akwachewa busuafo now no more can kai. We score as low as 70% for execution of the agenda to close down through NDC radio and television stations. While we praise her for closing media entities such as Radio XYZ, Capital Radio, Munti FM, and many more, she scored some low marks in the implementation of the strategy. We expected her to leave Radio Gold from the list for obvious tactical reasons. She could have waived their debt like she has done for our friendly stations such as Ash FM in Kumasi. She could have been fired for the avoidable backlash in strategy, but for her long-standing role as Nana's protege.
A.K.A. Nana Inchimu.
Phase 2 of media control. Joy 99.5 FM and others. There's no doubt that Joy 99.7 FM and the multimedia group will remain an industry leaders in the communications sphere of the country. While relying on them as a veritable ally, anti-MPP agenda by some of their staff does not portend well for us. We were left with no choice but to have used our boys to threaten Manasseh Azuri Awuni. While his publication in the past inured to our political benefit, he has overstretched himself in his attempt to assume an air of neutrality. He was influential in a historic victory, but his constant attacks on government culminating into the militia documentary was most unfortunate. Elaborate support to our friendly media. Lessons born out of the Manasseh debacle cannot be glozed over. It proved that we cannot overly rely on a seemingly friendly media to take total control of the communication space in the country. But also, emu no mo de bie eye asase radio no. E no mo pushi Joy from 99.7 to 99.5. Omo no ba 99.5. E no mo de call 99 closer. That's 2 bar. Exactly no mo pia Joy e call nanim e no mo de asase e be share ho. The NCA waivers we offered the Kansas City media and other party affiliates over their license must continue. In 2021, Kojo Ponkruma will present a comprehensive list of other radio stations that must be recruited into this fold. We have to issue receipts covering the next 10 years as being payment of post-paid renewals. Professor Adai has already received instructions from Nana to give tax waivers to the media entities that will be submitted to him. Sure. Well, they are no you won't be a challenge.
So we have a senior chico.
Sir, I Kojo Bonkruma is already making sure that about 90% of government advertisements go to the pro-MPP media. Same must be replicated in our next government. These lofty gestures will ensure that our friendly media houses consolidate financial reserves and use the power of financial capacity to outplay the NDC media in the ever-increasing competitive media environment. Yɛno na ama yɛn nkurɔfoɔ yi bi ɛyɛ na anibere abɔ ɔmo so na ɔmo kɔpɛ kakra atafre. Wei nkwasiafoɔ wei wode ɔmo sika yɛ dɛn? Kwasiafoɔ paa sei. From presidency nkwasiafoɔ sei wode ɔmo sika yɛ dɛn? Yeah, ne nipa bi kyerɛ no koraa wɔ wiase a. Okay, so reserving electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. You know, so agenda no mayo into Usha Kingdom, Amofa, the whole Ghana, Omuma won't me no tonton. And I'm saying, or Charanyan, Nanka, o free to say, a quarry wound to me. We, o freeway, frequencies. Now, Yasesa, a year regional capitals, ya diamano. Into Yanoso, Omayo. Now, Maminka same way. They said something about EIB. And let me touch on it. Quick one. Under the electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. Also, it is important to know that while supporting pro-MPP media would attract their loyalty and support towards us, getting out and out party members to establish radio and TV stations will be a sure bet. Osler has been instructed by Nana through Gabi to execute Plan A of this plan. And pinning the plan is to allocate seed NDC frequencies to our members. Even if the original owners are willing to pay multiple of times, she is to refuse their renewal since dominance over money is our focal point. Unim say, omu di biya me. Me frequency. Me makwa kutia. Tama som makotua ma omaje. Eye renewal sikano, omaje sikano ama me receipt and me credit receipt. No ma twa ma me say frequency no omo pe. Na me maka kire omo say me mama me lawyer kire omo aka kire omo say eye a friend say loyachi.
Oh, okay.
Me maka kire omo say MPP ni bia no ode ne sabeka me frequency. Ye change power ne men nantia badwuma mu ababu se me ba. Asesa wo niema. Me kane ne ama akufuado kromfo no ate. No mon kan kire ayi kwasea no ote yansi ye no. Say ayi adoche. Me BOBIE ANSAH obia ni wo betimi afa me radio frequency. Me ma is the regional NCA a guy no. Maka kire ma send the message. So obia de ne sabe ka me BOBIE ANSAH me frequency. Say me si amobese no. Aha. No bia odine sabeka say ye di BOBIE ANSAH frequency ama MPP ni. Ada mo beti se ato aba ma adia me ntwan ma afi na joma ama no ma issue statement say for frequency to me nante aba wadwuma m straight. Me ba wadwuma m straight. And it says the frequency ni down no mutimi fam obia. Akoso mo de o mutimi fam obia nobody. Me nante aba wadwuma opon kromakura anim. Me penkola mo aba bu workers te say me yemma ye ba bu me maka kire o mo no mo record fa ko madam pare me frequency Allah ila ba bu say de ye me MPP ni bia nu a me obetumi use me frequency me ana me frequencies ni nyina me ebia numbers me wo bia document go nobody obia no obetumi use me frequencies e okrum ha wodon sabe ka me frequency aso say we MPP ni waso ama hu say sa number we me dia na ye dia ma na wo waso na de ye adwuma didie ekoto ekate ye nkate kwai etwibu tuo ato akodnam hey masa me de MPP ni for akufo do nipa form ade a me nko police station me kan bibia ndis wini a me nko police station e be ye physical omunim sa omo mama de na ho hwe yo sa kama de ubehu now omo be kan bibi about EIB or say she is also supposed to reserve majority of the new frequencies to party members who are loyal to Nana. Due to the backlash in the revocation of radio and TV licenses, she must, this time around, identify party members who are already in the media business and or those that the public sees as already rich. Gabi and Chema to me are the part of the plan A. Into almost see radio stations across the whole Ghana, which continues till 2024 when the Nana completes his 2 terms. It is important to know that Kojo Ponkroma will, among other strategies as the next communication minister, allocate frequencies which are close and can interfere with pro-NDC brands such as Class Media, Power FM, and the EIB platforms across the country. In the year for more than the there be a normal in a Kwabena Accra FM as a Obi Air Bonum Fem. Accra FM as a Nkrofobi Dim Komo Chiri. Accra FM as a Yensheda NT Adieni Ye Yachiramo Ewo Ejapa document free ekro Obi and Fremi Musame Wasem Biu. Angel Broadcasting for also and Wasem Wom. Monko Penkai. Kwame Sefaka ni Pradom Ochre. And the future. Yamo memo kakra. And memo kakra. Okay, my memo kakra. Pacho yan intem entena mimbi momo.
But we should be able to.
Kwame Sefaka yan intem ene Adom Ochre. Okay, so yeah. I'll say it is an undeniable fact that the two gentlemen have become institutions in their respective rights, especially within the media circle. They are undoubtedly part of the pool of great brands the party shall fall on as we move into the future. While Sefakane appears relaxed and waiting for the right time, Paul seems apprehensive anytime Sefakane is brought into the picture. At the level of presidency, there appears to be a groundswell of support for Kwame over Paul anytime communication issues arise. The kitchen cabinet of Nana feels that while Paul is equally known, he has credibility issues to deal with, especially on the conundrum surrounding his withdrawal from the Ghana Law School. Settling on him for the future could create credibility challenges for a ticket in the next government. Nana will convince Sefakane to chair the NCA board. Okay, so Basse say or MPA, he say or MPA, record NCA. Me meka ma Kwame Sefakane ate. Me see me MPP ni bia ntimi nyusu me frequency. Aban sesa men nante abo adwuma penkola be bo. Me ka kire mu straight. Mun twa voice we mfa nkoma kufu ado ne baomia. Aban sesa me obia no obetumi ayusu me frequency. Ene be da wa pro. Me ne mo betwea me wiase asai. Se munni masantema mponi a me ne mo betwe papa. Mo de ma obi oso me say aban sesa me ntwem police me nko police me ba wadwuma ma penkola be bo se de mo ko se me de no o de mo be hu gan me pe ba omi side no nka me de awie amamo me pe ba omi side no pacho just last point on ba omi na me de awie. Okay, so omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. You know, so omu egusua omu ye 0.5. Omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. Then finally, in Route 39, Baumia side no. In Route 39, but they mentioned about a 34. We are 34, and Tiaka 5 pages. 5 pages. All right. So far, Hunter, okay. This is it. Overview. Kakra itimi ye ema omanfo on a Japade. The point is asembia omaka aka 5 pages. Unfortunately, me producer and me am fans so.
They didn't come amin chia etie for ne ahwefo. Na de bia me kase mi sheda hu susuye da akufuado amamu ene kofu amamu ntem because the value is the same. The only difference I made media to montem ni say kofu de adwen ton ho akufuado de adwen woni bi ene de aton. By the end of the day in Ghana will lose difference in any MPP ideology property owning democracy. Yeme pre japade, yeme fuma japade, yenya ye hu ye. na yenko. And as part of the strategy, my ideology, say government has no business doing business. And enya aban adwuma ne say obeye adwuma edisi kabeba. Eya ankra na waso omo ye adwuma na omo disika edeba. Enti ukofa omampeni dada kufo amamu a dia kufo ade ye japade de omampeni kufo ye ni. Omampeni kufo create billionaires under his 8-year term as president. Na de omampeni kufo ye ni say most of the state institutions are na oman Ghana etimi generate income de maye no omampeni kufo make sure say ya wiki ni nyina ya collapse ni nyina ena ya ma private sector in the name of private sector and individuals invest in that sector ena omo no sika na nka oman no betumi enya no kodi omo nsam. One of them the transport sector no omampeni kufo ba na ye wo Ghana Airways ana ye adwuma omampeni kufo free so ni Ghana Airways bio ye told them ankra adwuma ku na ye free so mo betumi amanage omantumi amanage ena eguye enti afi kra de couldn't enti na wokọ airport residential bon say Ghana Airways for dano isi ho. The same transport sector no omampeni kufo baaye no na ye wo STC na adwuma STC no igu no yegu STC no ni hu say this private transport services ti say OA ni VIP ni de keka ka hu ni nyina no betiki sa business no eno mo erane. Even when Mahama Baya o making sure say yensa and revive STC no ebesi na STC ntimi nyina na naso be because na nadan kwakufuado emobaye no omo make sure say STC ni asa prapram na pre say the be the private sector omo wo transport sector na mainly MPP investors no they will make money. Even under Mahama okofa ayalolo de baye no okofa ayalolo ba ayalolo no na eba be ye adwuma se bi trotra na nka timo nso to na bu eba be yin nyina free system no mu ama for the first time Ghana oti trotro mu a se bi nso to a emo oti trotro mu a wotimi hwe TV wotimi charge your phone one man one seat very spacious say electronic disability for the no I understand say na embeboa ema GPR2 your leadership near MPP ntino GPR2 stood against Mahama Ayalolo. And when Akufuado taking over no and your grande Ayalolo basis. And for the past 6 years, Ayalolo basis in a new said the Bay Bema MPP financiers and do not to trotro. Or more day yet GPR2 your mother trotron or more business in the big group. And this is how smartly, wickedly but smartly, go for and making sure so creative billionaires at the expense of taxpayers' into collapse a year abayajuma no a edisi kaba no na private sectors no a ye MPP financiers no na omona creative businesses to fill in the gap, then they get money. This is what Kufuor did. But Kufuor did the one nim nyansa ntino one only dear wo fa abayajuma ni nyina no de amamo. That's the difference between Musem. That's the difference between Akufuado and Kufuor. But at the end of the day, no, the victim is always the same. Ghana. We are the victims. But they will make money. And ti Akufuado dear no, just say, oh no, when you are joined the better, you will say, okay, ye pese a former good dear no. Yes, ye benye bi KWABENA betimi afa so a ye beya asebi ani kura ma ho se de Kufuor ye no enti Kufuor de ani adwene nyansa no e wo form
onya so se e ya abro
e na me che se enye abro nana enye se ya abro adwene nyansa no e wo form hwe ade okofa the same omampeni da Kufuor epenso omampeni da Kufuor epenso no eni amahudo bebre sisi ye baaye no omu say Ghana yewo service delivery companies in a Ghana for depending on them water electricity to mampeni Kufuor bae no yeso e be improve water services e dey Ghana for and na or award contract to a company called Aquavitins for 8 good years.
I think they are from Holland.
Yes, for 8 good years so mo manage a year Ghana Water Company ye tuomo kasa for 8 good years. But the truth of the matter is say, even any our capital hampo no, ntimi amma ye nsuo mpo ama ye nyina nya biano. When Professor Mels Mahama came no, and abrogated that contract no. Then Ghana Water Company no ane so munya adwuma e kofa bi ba ye omedi esika no. The same Ghana Water Company under the leadership of Mahama Mels no. Etimi koko expanded bon water treatment. Ema ye ne won kran ha sei no. First time Lego Medina for bi anyansuo. Ene se hu se ye nuan mo station kra no. Sebi omo betimi ene ekofa station desalination water project so ba ya ye de nchini nsuo na ye so ne so aye no. Ekufu ado ba ye no. Kofo de no ne kofo do no make sure so company na ode aba no. Eye aquabitins no. Enye so mo ba be Ghana Water Company adwuma ni nyina o. Na mo no mo partner omo na as a service provider no mo de aye and omo didi hu for 8 years. Ekufu ado ba ye no. Ana no so target ECG Akufo ado anya say oh mo me provide service be my oh take over ye take over that ko pay that sorry ya ECG now PDS ano mo di be drain company ni sika Ghana sika almost like 6 months electricity nyina edi ye. So you see how smartly Kufo ye at the end of the day Ghana any lusu ye sa aqua betting so ma add any value to Ghana water supply. But we did it for 8 good years. Akufo ado the adwin won nti no won the ECG no amedi di hu bio on no be take full control. So that is the difference at that momentum. But at the end of the day who loses? Ghana yeni lusu. Ghana any lusu and Ghana will always lose under MPP. It doesn't matter say yeah under Kufo and I say yeah under Kufuado or Baumia whoever comes. Ghana will always lose. Because your strategic state institutions biya na na we de nia omo an be kwa ba ma Ghana fo nya biedi. Over the transport sector. Esa say ya bad the nti always omo charges omo fair e wo form. Enti timamu ni wo betimi ahenha no kakra. And state transport in the end adwuma ejina na so enti private sector nafa enti no omo ne control eye fair no whether I like it or not omo ka so matum we ya ne hwenye ye enti utimamu no you will suffer but anye bia no say ya ban dia ebewo form kakra ama ho atimi ahenha enti always MPP feed on Ghanaians
but what you said this document se bibi wa chira Ghana for enhwe ye wo ho because it seems like they have been able to manage the system in such a way that people don't see the realities in this document.
Say ebaye no and now me so enya no kre so you see ye take ye accept responsibility say it's coming from us and it's our discuss kra na yes so you give it that back in credibility say be abeti magina so asinipo but the truth of the matter say ade bi we say mu bia no eye no kre de o maka so be nyina no o maye de o mo nka so de o mo nya anya esugu so mo eye wonim say nyame adma from next year almost say betoto radio stations and TV stations mu bia because you do election and to say shutting Crawford down a part of the strategy.
Say crowd they are attacking social media, finding ways and means to be crash and Crawford social media links, and make sure say opponents ain't being function on social media. Yeah.
Smartly, Kufo take over then a Kufo ye. No, wa dwinti no. One collapse the existing radio stations and TV stations. O make sure so man Crawford invest MPP for. Expande or media coverage.
No no.
I know expande and another competition. My resources were many resources be and to be first station back on or affiliate stations all the regions. What ya cry happy unko baby only affiliate be smartly. That's how Kufo did to make sure say we're cramming down the opposition parties. On good station, no, but we are consonanti with Nakra and Quanco Babia, where the Eco Babia. Echo for doing him Yan Sentino. One on a dear. Matum for 1 year, 2 years, me mount Yajuma. yɛto aba wia no ma bio yɛbɛto aba masa tum enti radio gold munti fm 2017 yegu no radio gold 2019 yegu no yɛto aba wie yɛ 2021 ɛne ebie yɛ next year election year yɛsɛ betutum yɛtum wia sɛ mahama ba no bebie sɛ mahama mebia na sɛ mp before na bɛsa tena so a yɛto aba wia no ma bie. This is a Kufuor's mentality. Anytime I catch or say political party biya no e wan ideology obiya wan a plan obiya wan a blueprint and found leader or the beba the only value beba say na na asie ko Kumasi na me twi Toyota Corolla na o twi Toyota for it says a forerunner say forerunner ye na ko Kumasi ebia me do port wo mu asa say me car na ase wo fom ntino me slow down o de na jungle car ye de na mabuo mu tu betimi abom papa na okọ obekwa akodu na o shocks wo so but asa say minya abotre ntino ebia wo bedu agame ba me de ma bedu na me de no matima maintain but the end of the day the destination here Kumasi
Maunia emrem yeah so this document if the a man for quiet for the year.
Sani nua sebi wama ni tumi se onna metena ne so no wabe ya akwa na edu ba bia na de ya pa ni se nipa na ono ebu akwa no ana se wama wa ya akwa no o hwe na wo hu ne bobia ne yobia na enka sebi enka yesi
So it's like you said, yeah, Katie Amon, current trade minister actually. Reshuffle no ebekano. Reshuffle ebekano Katie Hammond. And also the current minister for sanitation, Obaye Ncheye, but the information we are picking is ebekano. Who was on the constituency? That's about 2 or 3 weeks ago. That's a Mami Frida Prempre. So, take over for Mami Cecilia Dapa. Chegum, sa. This is a better 10 million. The issue has to do with the reshuffler, EBA. Now, meeting at the Elwood Jubilee House. Less than an hour ago, Mampino Kufado, Madam Chief of Staff, and other high-profile personalities are one more bemu meeting up on. Now, large number of Ghanaians are calling for reshuffle for a very long time. In fact, I think somewhere in the second year, even before the beginning of the second administration, after the 2020 elections. Mampini Kufado in 2021. Then the calls started coming in. Say, look, there should be some reshuffle because in the first administration, it is clear, you know. And of course, you and I will attest to the fact that people who are still in this administration, the likes of the health minister by now,
Remember, sir, after the Sputnik V issue, the Sputnik V medicine and as a drug was supposed to be let's say a tonne at $10. Bakubia every dose be an $10. And then the health minister said that look, $19. And na expose ni ebaye Emma minister ne to ededi say instead of $10 no what on $19 into honu minister no abo mine chrono. And after that large number of Ghanaians raised concerns. Look, Papa yo bogana chrono te be kama penu Kufuor and Sakeno. You remember what President Kufuor said? Oko ni kromo is it Doma, right? Yeah, Doma. Eko ka say Kwakwachi mamenu obon homwadi ye pa. So that gives an clear indication that President Kufuor was not ready to sack Kwakwachi mamenu. Number of ministers are Esanka by now Mampeni Kufuor eja omukwan, they are still in government. And for me, I wish that by now President Kufuor make you reshuffle. So why now? I didn't think I feel about reshuffle. 10 months into the elections, Nyawobabe take over the ministry. What can he or she do in 10 months, less than a year? So let's say if you bring a different health minister, now we yi Kwakwachi mamenu free, which yes, Papa no wabong esisi yini free ho. We yi Kwakwachi mamenu free wa. Nyawobabe di akonya no. What can he or she do in 10 months? That was the reason why now man for air call somewhere 2021, 2022. So look, do a reshuffle, just like in football. After the first 45 minutes, you wrap the next 45 minutes, man. The coach begins to say that look, play away, and you saw one homo de but now who the number from it's your phobia and who the was so Embrambe take you over. That is it. But in President Kufuor's government, ministers in Ebiabong, there are fantastic men out. Men in his government are, and also within the MPP and Kumbi may take you over some ministries. But because look at what Atachan said. But because one more me Atachan about Atachan Kwaka said the finance ministry was not resourcing his ministry. And it's Papani Yaman appointment bill in the second term. But a man like Honorable Atachan is one fine gentleman. BGD say you're resourcing a ministry and kibeti ubeti mabojuma. And so President Kufuor in his second term had no excuse. So be a reshuffle. But one yet. Now they are done with the meeting and there's a reshuffle looming. It's a reshuffle ban. So if you go on social media, the concern is that reshuffle ban. And you man pini Kufuor the next reshuffle no. And I said Dr. Bamian so be win election because the intention is that they will rig the election in 2024. And so when they rig the election, Dr. Bamian will become the president in 2025 and beyond. It will make the appointment to Prakun. Senobaya Obaya necessary they can know their account. Is that the case? And should that be the case? Kwame Kwachi wa amu say mami engage no briefly. Kwame.
Yeah, okay.
Eti reshuffle no baso.
Yeah.
You sure say what it concern say wa bonten na say look is it Bamian making appointments and as man pin Kufuor no face ministers ni bia bre eti odi bi ni mo ba na.
O say dey kan Bawumia the talk now okoye wo UPS no.
Yeah.
Strategically nanado anko. Yeah, the reason being is opese amanfo hu ni say Bawumia de no. So oye na adwen say onko obetwe ne ho. Into the OSHA program last year, I think almost 95% of the ministers now were there. Ubia from A to Z, Ubia Kobe. Because Oma Chen say, Baumiana ever take you over. So they say, Baumia take you over. No. Kofobia, Baumia feel say among Yadiano. Uyu Muna. The reason why Baumia a person or just had to say, okay, you live you wakase or be abolished. Into Omo tie you live your chin and they'll go home. Omo no jijile mo no yes or omo the bar table no so this Emma eye ni na omo na beko. Because say wakase or no an efficient. Into say no from now on to say beto aba no. But me na e ba bebu o man no.
Okay.
Behind we no nanado the bema ba me say yes bibi edu no. So
okay.
As on tiase because say most of the functions be brain no and another one ko obeja ma ba umia nti as quick as possible no omo a no mo empe ba umia omo a no mo support no omo a no mo omo ni nye fa nyina omo ministers nyina no omo nyina beko omo nyina resha for the beko so kenofriata say one shot a baby cano. But you know, you say at this stage, say reshuffle, reshuffle now. Impact bang and a bed bread or minor. At this stage, reshuffle, impact bang and a bed bread or minor.
Yeah.
Say aka some 10 months na
Yakosabania.
Uko a canufrata. Why you behave you? Wow, what tinemuno? Change ben papa para kwakoye. Okay? Uko change ben pa. Uko sesa we ye can say uko sa trade minister. Why ni BBA wi? Nti reshafa omo ye omo say on person omo ya no mo paint picture ne say because already we kaya Gabi interview ewo we anyway bulari and they beside say arena nanado onye reshuffle and also and nanado on per reshuffle pen in nature or slow ewo we reshuffle into no enye ne pe but because baumia opeso hand bia ma baumia ntino ahye baumia bo say the opeso yi bia no onye nti se no baumia be che say yemfa minister we nko ha yemfa DC ye nko ha yemfa we nko ha yemfa we nko ha but trust me ni nyina nkusi aga enyo mo reshuffle no mbeye ne omo mesesan ne afofo form no mekosho ene beche ni bia already said the mama kan no country no e o mess mu amemu no enkuyi nyama ayebasa taxes adoso taxes akoshro yentimi nto eduane yentimi nrente se say dan boy den lawyer for boy den se say we boat yango ni uber price a eshutu koshro
yeah sure
and yen hwe ho in se say we kane no o stop dropping na ubisa no oh mefia e ko ha price obebo no ubejira na compensate oh okay mami nye boat be say taxi driver no price go we say taxi driver no price go from saying boat now
oh what that yeah
so what I said you we be you dwane ko boat ni yango because oh yeah only say price be ba form so what I say but you say no taxi no cry price no from saying yango ni boat no inti o hwe system na economy the way economy the pay no e chese omo ye reshuffle said then the education system minister den baba na within 10 months or sanyama
what's the sanyama education system no
ya budget eco parliament achieve be atum and then na dey kwa okwa kosi na be foforo then time na John mama e raise say ye reshuffle sisa wo finance minister na mom kike ka no otie ya ena oye ya nanka esa cheka ka bebem ba se no wa bi ewie nti wa ya do be ko ho maybe skani bi kegera uzu kwa
kudi
but enye nsencheni papa bia na obeye nti for me I think reshuffle oyo wanyo kianeke omubere yeah omubere well no uti omo claim some neutral the lives of Bernard Avlelo fire by
yeah. Yes. Be disappointed.
Yes, because now the way we thought, Nana no may nyama no. Atete pro. Nti resha for we nye bibia ebeboa enye hwe. Nti yenya nguntaba. That's the senior journalist abanti. Chema. Wa besi usi mache. David. Senior journalist
remember retirement. You never senior so.
Let's all call retirement. My man akwa hunta akwa.
Senior journalist.
Nyemere na so e.
Dia kan ye.
But before we go rap main issues no enya na chese meet bia kwana bi o Jubilee House. It's like you said reshuffle beba in the coming days. Reshuffle no the reaction is that look enkusi hwe sebe ever impact ana sebe nyansa bia nim mama dwa agentron
ye din kai mama nchia yetiefo ne ahwefo na awie magide so bibia pome na mama anti bi a wotetegu na no wahwere ne ba bema na nyame aduma ochina hanu bedi na wotweda no wotetegu enti mabusiafo nyina hyede ne yako nti uchina ye invite to sebra ye nyina ye nko
ho de me kwan so no nti ye beba
na isi de bia me kasa asemu ye aya na atiefo binum ene mi ankasa mi bra panyin list wo aya na ebini me egi nchini wa hye wo ho me say kufu amamuo ene akufu ado amamuo wo de tunsani ani pa ensusu ya papa bia nheda nantemu because ensuno aburo ene ensuno dokono okofa mampina da kufu amamuo the same thing. The only difference is that kufu de na oye reshuffle but on the election year last minute oye reshuffle bi sa reshuffle no anodi obi ti say ya wasafo mafo ene kofi kunadu aprakumo
yeah
we yi sankofu mfi na mamuomu. The idea was that omo give you fresh breath into the government said there be a encrophobia who say asencrophobia ya bo mu kwadu so my kankan pro ni dwirimu no bi yo ma frima mamu na encrophobia who say ye de me nso so kankan pro ni dwirimu so eninti kofi kunadu apraku on a minister for trade and industry oyinadi ya wasafuma for then no a minister for education oyinadi we yin krofo bebre adi sabe no me very instrumental e work for amamuomu nana adwene se betimi as save MPP image ahead of 2008 election, but Ghanaians were smart because kofi kulendo prekwa na kankane pre dwuma sani komuno ebia ne se no ko fa kufa the ministers ye ka se reshuffle bobo dodo na sa na kankane pre ni dwuma dore omo enti ye na akwa eso afidi etie mo masem ntie ye nsakremu, but it's too late. Now no amount of reshuffle can save Akufo-Addo, Bawumia and MPP government away from Gatano madam. No amount Akufo-Addo no kasakra power reshuffle no. Or power reshuffle no. Nothing can save this government. Because baby omode Ghana could rap with this amamu no. You see ada potrobe wu no and the be hone tenten. When Rawlings was in government, na MPP fo kankane preni dream but omo ba no mantimi amiahu ade biade akofo ya ne se enko hepik ene si Ghana skasem na senti enko hepik. When Mahama government wo hono omo so amamo ni nya economy ni nya yet omo ba en Ghana fo nyina hu say economy a Akufo-Addo no ba omi ase na enye no. Akufo-Addo first time otimi fa ministers 126. Oh, me ko ba na ondo yempam ye because Mahama Jessica wechre Mahama stabilize the energy sector na mano even fuel kwa Mahama procure bi to ho yes external international reserves na edoho pusi koko syndicated loan na da ho stabilization fund na sika edem sinking fund na sika dem Ghana investment development fund na sika dem entakufuado kohwinia ne papa wu agya na ade wa mbre chile nkwa any ministers no appointed 126 or appointed 111 Ghana foka wasem so teso so I mean hurry me baba solve my problem no sadi bi crack home we were chilling flying every day in day out so wa broni mu namu ewia mu namu wiem we were chilling we park rented jet na AC kutuka international na so wa broni ni do mu timu twan akufuado omutu ahwi omukọ France no ahye $5,000 Gucci suit no de akwa kugina France mampeni 40 years Emmanuel Macron no de akogina nanim airbag sika because Mahama left a government economy a boa no man se bi otimi bo na kohwie ene economy ne tisɛn asɛi enti se akufuado na nkasa kura kasa yan o reshafo no ho ama baomia aba be president no akufuado na kwotena fia na so be vice nothing can save this government na last week in na kasa asimecho say the whole idea is that MPP for who say the legacy akufuado eja no there's no way baomia or any MPP member betimi a capitalize a campaign on a Kufuado records akwamese Ghana for and to be sure a MPP for primaries last year omukon presidential primaries all the aspirants nipa duni na including Baumia women try to distance themselves from a Kufuado's record Kenya Japan and campaign on a Kufuado's record Alanchemante and company on a Kufuado.
Even though no a trade minister
trade a Greek minister one company Akoto Efie one company Jogati one company Baumiana Kasa and company on a Kufuado's record. And this video no abana no musho Kufuado kase Diana Adentina was our distance home if the records na say Diana bakwa campaign no. Sa video nyane na bio about 2023.
No, is it that there's nothing to show under President Kufuado's administration?
Now so yes, Obabra pa ne tu bedin. No more brapa so e. One more brapa one kasa obakra oba wona ne wumpo na so wan hwa akola ne mpom on fa akola ne ntu because now wo share nyin. Sa video no by 2023 when Kenya Japan Baumia Alanche maintain all of them a distance or more from a Kufuado's record. Ayan ferry enti Kufuado efre MPP communicators in Adom ko Jubilee House enti sa video na akwa viral no Kufuado invite all the communicators don ko Jubilee House no catch on so omokwa omko radio su ko TV so omonka say MPP record Kufuado no ba no gina Kufuado records and the campaign here but edu Kufuado so obekwa Baumia beba no Baumia cannot campaign on Kufuado's record or no Baumia nakasa aye head of economic management because a mess and Baumia at all time I try so bad distancing home from Kufuado's record because record on a ugly and the more person me and so bekaya omo peso omo poshi sa economic mess ne wo mu blame ni nyina tu Ken Oforiata the din kan obekan ya MPP National Women Organizer Kejemfo akotena Peace FM was say omo committee a Ken Oforiata ma Dr. Muhammad Baumia kra nkasa oka bibi omo mfa na Dr. Muhammad Baumia no okasa tia E-levy no mpene so enso omo bad by so kan and near one agenda. Nani 3 days about me and Kasako Kasa, yet when my small about me, I so could tell you, never say, or mobile bermuno. Enna or Mutna say, Ken Oforiata, any responsible for a year fiscal economy, Sikasema. Na Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Addison, enye exchange rate na exchange no hwe na ono Bawumia ne de okwa akwa digitalization so one adwe no enti na akwa say okay say economy ni nya inflation nye na GDP sa nya ma ne nkoso a ono Bawumia nya na responsible because o ma che enti eye Ken Oforiata say city depreciation ena manga na yesidi na ho de akofom a enyo ono Bawumia the governor of the Bank of Ghana ono de say onko digitalization. This is how Bawumia himself, the liar, the king of lies. One thing that was every communicator, every Ghanaian ehuni say Bawumia enyo obi na hye na henche so ye atrofo hene ono ankasa na hye na ho che say Ghana ha nobody can beat Bawumia's record as a king of lies. And it's all about Bawumia din no one for the king of lies na nka ho a nobody will know the kind of Bawumia you are watch it. I was say what the kan ho say Bawumia is the king of lies na nya Ghana for we Google on one kasa ana approve. And Bawumia at all time try say obed distancing home from the economic mess. Meanwhile, you said the Nyankopon exposing the camera exposing no. Ya wasafo mafo. Me gidi samu wasa audio no ha. Kwa me patwo wasa video no ha. Ya wasafo mafo say Wodi Bawumia dance a kire yen na Bawumia de efri MPP abamba adwuma waye as a head of economic management team. We are where we are today because of Bawumia. Where your safo mafo asemo okan ye. Entoba wo say now Bawumia ena ni mfoni iko pie e wa ballot paper na so. Ken Oforiata mfoni ti yen crucify Ken Oforiata. Yes.
I would want all of us here to, and on behalf of my colleagues, say a very big thank you to the type of leadership that I would want all of us here to, and on behalf of my colleagues, say a very big thank you to the type of leadership the EMT has enjoyed from Dr. Bawumia. I would want all of us here to, and on behalf of my colleagues, say a very big thank you to the type of leadership the EMT has enjoyed from Dr. Bawumia. A chairman who is so involved in the work of he works like a member, like a secretary, sterling quality, professionally excellent. So we are where we are because Dr. Bawumia is putting up a very professional chairmanship to the EMT. And I pray that we continue to work together as a team. I would want all of us here to, and on behalf of my colleagues, say a very big thank you to the type of leadership the EMT has enjoyed from Dr. Bawumia. A chairman who is so involved in the work of he works like a member, like a secretary.
So act as a member, as secretary, everything about economic management team Bawumia. Now we are where we are today because of who? Bawumia. Okasa same way in the presence of Bawumia, and now Bawumia to our Bolitrinko. But Shadia Bawumia only 3 days. Okodina was what in the vision bano. Bawumia ebusa rhetorical question say Ghana for Ebema na Juma ni bebusa and say now be a vice president no. Ejuma be now me sure say we be intime bo ha na atiefo nyina enti de Bawumia so ono be a vice president 7 years ko 8 years no ankasa can achievement yenti Bawumia awa ha.
You asked me the question. So Dr. Bawumia, you want to be president of Ghana. Can you tell us what you did for Ghana in your capacity as vice president? I will say in response that I have, with the support of the president, I've had the honor and the privilege to be given the opportunity to to initiate, champion, or oversee many problem-solving policy initiatives. Many of these include many of the digitalization initiatives that I have just discussed, the no guarantor student loans with a Ghana card, one constituency, one ambulance, zipline drones, Agenda 111, the Sino-Hydro Barter Agreement, provision of hydroxyurea for sickle cell patients, Zongo Development Fund, the Bank of Ghana Gold Purchase Program, the Gold for Oil Policy, abolishing the filling of embarkation cards, go-right taxi service, the system to tackle ghost names on the public payroll, and many more.
Minia, so what Dr. Baumia?
Yeah.
What is our KBB alpha anything fiscal?
There be
inflation
or center or digitalization.
Very good. And see, Baumia want to be a born again, but this born again Baumia will never be accepted. Baumia at all time trying to run away from a mess. Into one car. So me record is my achieve single digit inflation. My achieve stabilizing the depreciation of the city. Your debt to GDP no, my reducing no. One can want some. No one Baumia said no one mania sickle cell or medru on the buy. Go right. This is also another buy. Gold for oil policy. Order the buy. Student loan now kwaji no guarantor. And an achievement. Baumia role as a head of economic management team because of the mess our creating or try to run away. And they want to push all those those blames to Ken Oforiata. Not to say any Baumia na in charge Ken Oforiata.
Yeah.
And this year reshuffle Ken Oforiata. Ya ka say $600 million number. And tinema betinya peja no mu kakra. Nya ka say yes Baumia in action. And anything about me, I can say, I'm a man of my own. So you see the psychology about me, any MP before person play. But Ghana for you are awake. Because you misam Mahama no economist no. As a vice president, we are now head of economic management team.
Yeah.
Under Professor Miles, John Dramani Mahama was the head of economic management team, or not under his tenure as a head of economic management team. And Ghana, you're maintaining single decade inflation for several months, several years under John Dramani Mahama. I'm not an economist. And Mahama has never run away from anything responsibility. That's one character. I was will be to choose your leader, no? I was Obi be running away from responsibility. That person is not born a leader. That person is a trickster or a fraudster. Papa ba wojinamu boneba menkaho. Mahama is not like that. Baumia no no ankasa gina ho announce ye Ebobo or no economic management team. We will say what a solid team. And Baumia is running away from Onwankasa solid team. Huh? See, Baumia ka student loan. Eyawajuma. Baumia ka success no. Eyawajuma. Baumia ka drone. Eyawajuma.
Agenda 111.
Agenda 111. Eyawajuma. Agenda 111 now come wasem no. Say $250 million now cover free Ghana investment fund no. One of the two mawo John Dramani Mahama. Enti sare shafwe fragadam. Na shall the free DC is in the MC on last week or last 2 weeks. 26 of them. Was so assist our fire or more. Thinking say a bet me ama grassroots in Yabre. But me say nothing can save a Kufuado. Me say a Kufuado pon one kasa on reshuffle no. Enkonku siaga. And Baumia can never run away from the Mesa MPP abai are creating under Onwankasa leadership as the head of economic management team. Now we say the king of lies, no, and you have been a demand Baumia nankasa nabra bo and a wabo and it's in a Google Google headquarters in Accra, in Ghana. But the better say yes, Baumia is a king of lies. And every moment about Baumia because a piano vindicating Ghana for Google say yes indeed. One of the king, the true king of lies. Let me see about my brother opinion.
But I say Sabahunto, a broadcast journalist at Original TV. Abdullah Sakra, a communication team member at the Madi NDC. Abdul Bakode.
Oh, Yamina Dominti. You need the whole year to see how being to me that is to be and never done as
I see. In it says a reshuffle be because so and Chibia that Honto can say reshuffle no Fabi Papa Bia Emba, so Papa Bia in Nimu, Mamma Jadinje.
Okay, make me bra paying Mr. Henny or Crow or BMU Gui Auti. Yamishan,
right?
Nema, any supporter of the mind. Now, you see, maybe numerous reshuffle be a record of you. The only reshuffle I know is on the 7th December 2024. That's the biggest reshuffle I ever be. Into the only idea, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
But the biggest reshuffle I ever be see Ghana, and he said on the 7th December 2024, no, Yamibe Bob Body Ama Yura John Dramani Mahama. Any person who all the vision I was say. Oba best send you amaye ho toye every sound call for we ela you know na ya doing say nti ya adwan no enye omo reshuffle bi e dey biom I feel about reshuffle now where now 7 months 8 months e dey na
Ghana for call for that
technically in the next 5 months e dey no be Ghana basta ya bobo what Kudus to bench for 18 minutes, 10 minutes, no obeying. No, obeying.
So about the football, yeah, I mean, will be changes kitchen bit me about.
Me say there is no football. Even if you are Messi or Ronaldo, and at the 90th minute, you have 3 minutes extra time.
18 years.
And then obey. No, well, you see, sometimes not home. We should be look. And I mean, you are paying your canoe. Sir, crocodile John. And I could drain no. We see, and all can say we are in the digital world. And I know can see a head obi awaba. What do application? Oh yeah, what do application? But say we a presenter. And the higher interview and the alpha juma. I've used to how who could cheat presenters, but I'm a presenter. Me say what? Me say nana do sometimes Baumia as a me I did Bibia nana do because what because the lot of the rain, like the way you know, we are seeing all in the rain. Baumia say, oh, Baumia, the best man, the biggest miracle. Baumia, the only say, or to Baumia. Never economics there, Bibia, everything will be okay because or trusting and ordinary rain, Baumia. Or one of Baumia and Judas. Or one of Baumia and Judas because the rain now, the Baumia. He thought Baumia can do miracle. He thought Baumia was good. Because Baumia he can't even remember the economic management team of the NDC. But they have Akoto saying Asafumafo Alan Tremartin. Where are they? Now Baumia is not even talking about anything economy. Anything dollar rate, he's not even talking about it. Anything concerning finance, he's not talking about it.
Yeah.
The only thing he's talking about is digital. Not Baumia and Mibisano. Baumia be banna ye ni mo money we Ghana ha. No, all the banna ye started no money we Ghana ha. Baumia banna is passport. Ye started no ha. All the e-service was started under John Dramani Mahama. You know if John Mahama was Minister of Communication. I get the department idea digitalization Baumia Obi. I get the department idea digitalization Baumia Obi. Idea no dey from. You are here some obviously the biggest data center in West Africa, which is Accra Data Center. Fiber optic cables. See, John Dramani Mahama built $38 million US fiber optic cable. The backbone of everything at Baumia digitalization. The backbone of it is the $38 million
cable. Yeah.
In fact, almost 120 districts. Ufa ho Bando, Jasekai, Nkwanta, Bimbila, Yendi, Tamale, Gushegu, Boko, I for I'm a minute we are enjoying 4G network. But you should tell me one single fiber optic cable I lay Ghana. You should give me one single house and I'll build the OC IT center in Africa here or in Ghana here. Me say pay for casting be. What do you want? I don't know. Yeah. And listen to what Baumia? He can't even do anything. Also about betting or tax. Bet tax. Momo
tax e-levy over being in every year.
I don't know any this year.
Because of a trotro meat.
Oh, you see. Only a Juma you see, Bamia even doesn't know the kind of job he's doing. Or as a day or Casano. You see, Jamio, or person you ma, or my real finima. The day Bamia was speaking and giving us the lecture, do you know he was the president of Ghana that day? He wasn't a vice president. Because Nana don't need Ghana. On that particular platform. Nana was not in Ghana on that particular platform. Hence, Bawumia was the president of Ghana. He wasn't the mate. Mate, you should mate. Who found mate? Oh, Ghana, how? I need driving license. So, mate can drive. So the qualification of a president and one a vice.
Okay.
No one needs so a mate. Abraham Mahama. A mate. Look at saying. They say you should show us his works. The same Bawumia was talking. Tell me no, Mr. Atta question and answers. No. Now you say Mr. Atta right. You see, we are not ready. See, and many and it's a Ghanaians right now out there. No, 80% of the people who trusted and have trust in Bawumia now, when you go to them and you go out and say, "Yeah, Breno, we are tired of him." People are even tired before even he will come to us to campaign that he won the presidency. We say, "You're taller and top." You're a drobo or Ghana. Untimin Babajamunto. Your product or Ghana. Untimin Babajamunto. Untimin advertisement anywhere. Sign about me. You can't advertise Bawumia outside. You can't advertise Bawumia publicly. Obian talk because he is not serious. One. And integrity no only be. Shame, shame only be.
Only credibility.
He is lacking credibility. He is with a shame, so he's shameless human being. Or fired into or Kasa by heart because and I'm confident within almost born in Semamono and then Yano because in confident almost take the number because he is speaking too much English, more than too much reality. Only Ghana, Bawumia is not in Ghana. He doesn't understand the Ghanaian economy. Only until Ghana, for him to tell us say. In terms of exchange rate or in terms of dollar to Ghana to dollar rate, better more than John Dramani Mahama. Hey, Mahama for dollar at 2.8. All through for 8 years, no, it was 4.8, no, 3.9, 3.8 for 8 years. Uber found 4. Let's give it a doubt of 4. What if 4? And they are called 12. That's so called. What's the why idea? Like, are you serious? You think we are jokers? Me bomb pie.
Okay.
24-hour economy of John Dramani Mahama. Eka, Bawumia ko dina ha 24 hour. No say esusu no die. Into o kasaba 5 minutes and kabia. Then who she no. Ghanaians have bought the idea. Ghanaians who say, I be that. Why you be down with you? And now be a to me now all kasa baby. Why you be that? So we will give him a chance because question about tomorrow. Yeah, no anything.
But I say CMG Sikachere promotion no koso wadama dial star 413 hash star 413 hash now fe twagum sa yebebo winner no the amount. But yeah, caught the issue of former President John Ajekum Kufuor. So you bet here that tape now for your bar ye boy rasa issue. But CMG Sikachere promotion wadama Chesikani Fugum stake just 5 Ghana cedis per na ye beto na we follow prompt na pepe star 413 has choose Accra FM na fe full prompt no and then the last day bonanza it's 1,000 Ghana cedis 2,000 Ghana cedis by the close of a day betray yen sorry e was citizen show no so no na on site me aka 1,000 cedis 2,000 Ghana cedis na fe wudi akwa kodi weekend no ti dial star 413 hash choose your cry FM na fe full prompt no na unsa intimi encounter secant yet the former president John Ajekum Kufuor.
Ghana has come to a crossroads, and I'm serious here.
That's a handshake of blessing.
It's not the normal, regular politics we want. We want a leadership with a vision, even in the complex world I've talked about. A leader that would be able to marshal the new technologies, to pick the requisite manpower, and here, allow me, I'm a party man soundly, but I tell you, we should be talking about the nation and not so much about the party. We must get people of competence to work with, to find our way out of the confusion our society and economy have been plunged into.
Eti former president John Ajekum Kufuor Obika Nasem Uyobia Wajumutua. You understand what and where this man was going. Honto, Mamisha Sinfrefi ho. Asemi na wuti asesen.
The din ka mamisa enchi etifu biem. Mia. Ayami yapa se na listo na napoku. Oni studio ha. Na de meka bia me reserve bi.
Okay.
Adam ni list we bia say a topic and be discuss you say no say topic crowd list wa ankwa dia I'll bring this topic again. Sebi papa so pa nwoma so enya manum bi na ye mede o mampani Kufuor mani nsa no efie ni ejapade ene ba bi o hwe ne makusi wa brabo me papa anhwe me ankwa nkosi wo. But there's one thing I me papa entity or the tete me na due me mu and say integrity. Nipa omudie nokre e ade ohia papa. You will be a friend brand association. Unsa ye ka se Ghana nyumtofo. Omo Supreme Court adan Ghana Standard Authority. Say we a celebrity a untimi advertise anything alcoholic.
That's the FDA.
FDA.
Yeah.
Food and Drugs Authority. Say untimi advertise it. When Mrs. Dante, when you say obi ti say nyumtuni bit say Shatawale Stone Boy wo mo followers no. So advertise alcoholic beverage. The followers no are likely to patronize that alcoholic.
No correct.
Yes you say the ensadin ese nipa. And to kwa that country so me ba Ghana de say the be ya beti so ntini ya bani omo. Because him said the moment hom be endorse no
followers
many of the youth will follow.
Yeah.
Oman penada Kufuor obi abeka say as a former president or a statesman, I have said it and I'll continue to say Kufuor is never a statesman. We a foot soldier. We a MPP foot soldier. But office so we smart. In this one Kasano say I'm a party man. But let's talk about the party. Let's talk about things that will save Ghana. Obi a who save Ghana na ba omiana betona mai. Baumia beton amaye
because it be kind of shasema the history of Dr. Baumia Abrana was a special aid Abrana for president any other day. So
in the absence of good, bad is considered say any best. Because Kufuor na kasano. We been tell me Kufuor records. Kufuor expertise I will bring it to bear as a president for 8 years. You catch as a Kufuor a lawyer. Yes, I'm catching. Kufuor a lawyer numpono. Or by ya was so bechi chikata tum. Uncle prosecuted chikata it was Supreme Court no. A Kufuor ne ties no atroso. Kufuor versus chikata. The cabinet minister attorney general. That's how. Nyenya kasa nimsa corruption ankasa pa say judiciary shasi and Kufuor. And to somebody like Kufuor obe believe obi to say Baumia because Baumia a crime partner. Enya Kufuor no kocha esisa Ghana Skademaye 2007 you catch us the value is the same. Sikano mucha no Kufuor timi kire how much it cost Ghana for editors can they print new currencies. Did he account? When they recruited Baumia our Bank of Ghana and didn't hear Najuma and our recruit will be at that tender age. Let me deny you winners and never oba for the bigger position. I want you support him. If you are a criminal, I want you support your colleague criminal to steal from the state. Kufuor oni adwin papa bi amagana. Kufuor there is all about MP3 FM. Kufuor doesn't care about Ghana. Ghana will burn Kufuor and fan. And it's not only Kufuor. That is the agenda and ideology of MPP. Ghana is never part of their interest. Share. Oko abako se mu ane enwo yen. MPP for nananom eye UGCC. Enyom ne trotro bomb. Kwame Nkrumah. Ehiniama. Jake Otanko Biche Bilamti, the late MPP national chairman and Kufuor now ye Kufuor chief of staff on the declare election results our Castle 2004 election. Ne papa ni claim to fame in Ghana politics ye den na omo na shisha bomb. What they are not to change. 2000 election and Kufuor as a flag bearer of MPP. Yakofa a flu na ya they are spreading Accra. Yes, ya Rollins in the Kumuma. Emma a flu on the by National Bank Emma a painful. Because Kwame Nkrumah omodi ya Kwame Nkrumah sasidi ye e ka kire Ghana for say Kwame Nkrumah obusumi e friend kankan nyame e wo Flagstaff House na no bosumo no apemfo moja na enom nanso Kufuor e na besi Jubilee House mumisa say contractors no mo adwuma no omu ko hu bosum bi wo ho a ne e friend kankan nyame ana tu fi say MPP for mo ka asam ne say Kwame Nkrumah din enom ko Jubilee House no ko som ko say bosum si wonu ho ko mu ntwa ni picture meka say ya anka Ghana kwanka nyame ni. There was nothing like that. That is what they did to tarnish Kwame Nkrumah's image, to destroy his records. Under Kufuor as a flag bearer 2000 election omo dia painful spread it sa painful ne maya yeso mawuno Ghana ni bia busuani bia so amamonte akase me di hia wu amehwehwe na mu wa mehu ana say yakohwe nipa na wawuda ho no eye busuani ebi ansida wunim omo de omo free Togo omo kofo omo free Togo na omo de omo abegu ase just to paint Rawlings and NDC government black. And Kufuor didn't care. Say Sadia no a crime against Ghana's image or tarnishing Ghana's image in the presence of a international community. When Kufuor won 2000 election, ye sa e funu bi wa bonti bium da. Ye bi da. Kufuor efra bemu a munim say accountability ebeba. Already not the then minister for foreign affairs Akufo-Addo under his leadership na diplomatic passport e dia mal cocaine dealers e bia na konta na hu hwehwemu da ho a ye behwehwem before Kufuor be fra bam ye to abani wi before Kufuor be fra bam no the whole ministry of foreign affairs ja to mu she na dan na da si wo no udu passport office ye wo ye station one more ye she a whole ministry just to cover up. 2013 ye to aba MPP lusu ko Supreme Court sako lusu ye omo si ye nya omo no omo hwehwe market omo blast transformers omo say Nkrofo cars omo nkum nipa indeed omo kan nyina happen ye ECG transformers ye hye no circle ye attacking Nkrofo car daylight with the traffic mo on can be hye ye vandalizing Nkrofo cars. Between 2014, 2015 to 2016, every week near she market ewa Accra. But the Ghana for refi, and I'm a Ghana for your short minute refi. Every week near she market ewa Accra. Yet the national security for your then yes she market all because MPP wanted power. MPP win 2016 election eja hihye no ejai yanti wasem bio 2020 election because of political power MPP painting no STC akufo babegu no kufo inherit STC from Rawlings kufo collapse STC ansa no free abemo Mahama revive STC 2015-2016 ansa no free power basis no moto na ye adwuma no because of power ntino MPP government ekwokoshi STC bus miensa ewo ho terminal say eye Western Togoland for na sa but before that na Akufo-Addo deploy military edomako voter region wo koto ade akwa wo hia sojani for more than 3 months omitimi ko shi STC bus miensa just to create artificial insecurity in voter region, just to give them reason to send in more military men to intimidate and control to suppress vote in voter region. They did it because of MPP and not Ghana's interest. And Tikofo doesn't have anything called Ghana interest. Where your party full soldier and Kufo is never a statesman. Now a bon chair Akufo-Addo no Kufo a bon chair Bawumia because Akufo ni madia and kwa nkofa Bawumia no call Zimbabwe come manage inflation near the $5 billion koto brodo inflation that's how Bawumia manage ye and to a bon phobia de wo hu obi asebio na no table of kakra officer wa ben said your bakwasia bia hu dokore to ahye a office aben no sana Akufo hu Bawumia say in the economic mess I find when the economic mess in him Akufo ka Ghana for say Bawumia is the man obey you economic mess in him in the first place when the economic mess in him who Akufo fra Bawumia empty cafes Professor Mas Mahama government every abam they left monies in all the year funds of Ghana. Etimasi omsesia no why any deal remu the same Bawumia as a head of economic management team yeah. On a deal remu because Kufo doesn't feel the heat I mean ye feel it. Now no matter say a year one of the Asante mana or buy or one man in sika Dr. Kwaku Oten will see a $1 million mansion at the Amanu no Krum. We'll see the Amano no Chrome. Kufo ntia electricity. And he said 15% atos na Ghana form complaining and why na asem. Because he Kufo ntia school fees. Ntia electricity, ntia water. Bosume so Ghana etua neka. Onene dey say you want to see a political party called MPP ruling, doesn't matter how mess the cause. Tina nana na metie ka say nobody can absorb Kufo from the mess Akufo-Addo are buying accurate because Kufo a part.
Is it because if you are now who say Mampini Akufo-Addo a failing to be a doctor?
So Mampini Akufo-Addo a failure. Akufo and campaign am Akufo-Addo 2008, 2061 campaign
because that is a party.
2021 campaign
because a party.
And it's a office Akufo-Addo di Ghana bro ase Ghana now do Ghana now pe Ghana yi na nsa Akufo-Addo na ese no a obekwa ko gina simple so aka kire Ghana for some to aba Akufo-Addo.
So when the flag bearer at that time ti won't mean kase yen tuntiano because why party member to ko ka kire Ghana for some to aba Akufo-Addo no wo si wonim se Akufo-Addo na ase o man Ghana no na adwembe ne wo utrim LPM edawa ni munura hodo amonto yi se Accra FM munyi ni se edwo esaya de no a nipa na oya do ni se sa ya nyintum
mo beje tuma abo ho dawro
dabi
se mo jitum na mbo ho dawro ama ba ye part of this brand sure. And se brand no ekodi ewu a yesi so bia ye mo be wu mpuma chi a wudi mpamu da ye bebo mudi ago baka so meche ye bo ho dawro Accra FM eni ntina ewo se anytime bia no mo be verify product bi obi de ba beton and we say approved by authority and if Kufo a former president ebegina simpio so ka say all the aspirant a omo kwa contested this election Akufo-Addo ni nipa mo to abama no to ba na say Akufo-Addo ba no be say Ghana Kufo cannot distance himself from the mess hear me the divan so no aba no be to do because last week they were defending Kufuor.
Okay.
And I told them, say, so long as Kufuor tia bemu, what tia sieno, and found so TV chemu, obe campaign ya me MPP. Manukre and you, nane nansa. What TV chemu no born in some Emma Baumia and the microphone command or stance, and I watch say Baumia and the future of this country. Because thinking say Ghana for ye Jimmy, ye Nimnansa. And to look for no always a person chair baby a Ghana anchor. Because on an economy no die no, it was mess. Professor Tamils in the bio on years or person writing a new chapter. Tinan and Crow over 100 Professor Kwamna Wamuye or more forensic auditor. No more docket I read the prosecutor Professor Tamils said drop them. Again a kufa there kufana kasa onyobi. Me say a kufa do no private jet no. E to free America na besia na afa no kufa de o free Ghana and akufo de no any so no free Ghana ha no afa passenger plane. Na mu nyina mu tim so president we dey moderate. But o ko do America akufo use private jet to America and o de call lunch. Yes say kufa do ma ene o magi Ghana scabo so e bie restaurant e ye $4 million $6 million e ye restaurant aduma be na kofo ba yans na okwa akoto sa hotel what million hotel na esi e ye tete kwahye no aduma be na kofo ba ye aduma be na kofo ba oye and the same thing, and they want to cover up their mess and their criminal activity and their thievery. And to Kufuor want somebody from MPP to inherit Akufo-Addo's mess. Said the mess MPP are creating Amagana from what you know. Nobody can talk about. But Kufuor me say opa. O man pina la Kufuor pa on fa nenkwa. Nenkwa on fa ntwaso. MPP and Akufo-Addo and Baumia, they are going to opposition. He can sacrifice himself for MPP. MPP will still lose. And nobody should see Kufuor as a statesman. Kufuor is never a statesman. Kufuor is a party full soldier. Kufuor doesn't care about the unemployed youth we have in this country. Kufuor doesn't care because I know Kufuor Youth Employment Agency di buy. Emra ne bin tete. Ofi abam kwa no ntuomoka. Professor Mills ene dem na bete tete no ntuomoka. Enti emfa say Kufuor da beti NAPCO. NAPCO na Kufuor da beti ye no. Ene wagu NAPCO August we be 2 years. Yeah. So do amuka 8 months I won't try. Then you come and tell us Baumia is the man of the moment and see Ghana for him about Nyankopon fan born in channel.
Mama say Sami Hunto Mama Divine and Chroma Kwaba Divine Chroma Operations Officer Director actually at the PPP Divine Akwaba Bijiri say Bebokori Nyame say Divine see you do come there for former President John Ajay Kufuor comment on make here the far you're Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ho
na Bawumia na gaza Kufuor no pa na the Bawumia na bekem
so for initially you center on committee the last discussion be on Bawumia kasa
me dey na bom
okay
the di kan no ma me ntia etiefo ene ahwefo a omote enka amuhwen ewo ahomantintan ni mu
yeah
na nchia kese bi onso nko ma papa bi mo station we yese mo koto speaker bi ma papa bi o asalam down virtual sound nche friend father
okay
father opamade ewo honum side na ono onse na waye mu show no waye no ubeti a wuntie opekura ubeti like umpese ubeti ena upese wuntie so obenya kwayetie because we bie mu ku ha ena profo
what disturb you bia
betie show and okay. Very religious about no show
right father ibia obia echiao
father michiao unim last week me ne hunto ebe redar yebe hweso I was show you so now I thought say at the time honestly I thought say hunto went overboard say the way I like we were discussing Nana Kufuor amemu any niama all year na hunto person chese Kufuor ka ho bi na me say you see bone na aba na Nana Kufuor edi Kufuor the time atwamuti we didn't want to mix the two okay na me say because we no ni ballot so and anya no bu man it believe hunto echo up and down. And you know, now my position was that Kufuor no Nanado mo ena embu no nti na mo mfese omo ayi Nanado ene na busuafo mo mbu na omo mbu president Kufu omo fa na nya hwe nti no omo ye bibi no na no kotum a sebe no mamia ne ntɔhwe na waka che no so onye din wa ye din
nti for Kufu any say government anymore.
But you know, I was holding brief for him. But I wouldn't say, all this one there, I've thought of Kufu as a statesman, like or na humi GM no. Say other presidential way ni be no omu kasa na si, but only one person and found a buyer after him no. Unse wa nyo be or interfere directly, or getting himself involved in.
Yeah.
But you see, your wadibi ekase. Openi we odie mante na so odie mante enwia yesi hu boni so a men kata wani membu wani nguso unim se me hu former president Kufuor say otiba wumia program na sia na me se ho to beje wo bo hey I was so disappointed say respecter ye wo ma Kufuor no obedi ba wumia chi ame ya senki no na kaya po bi mana ko defend obi a former president Kufuor ba umie chi na obe defend ba umie na ka obedi na chi na panyi wo trufo a odo ko ma ko shawo no adi huntro obi anka obebo na chi dom no eye oba ye fa ni say ebia odi ni huni ni niam a wan no anunyam wo ho na wo Kufuor yi ni pa ya wakokotra no ma wo san so ba be ka kire ye Ghana for say ba umia no wadi ni huni inti no yen hwe ne consider ne to abama ne bio 2024. What do you mean? Sabi previous Ghana for ya wuru ya ni me de kosoro wo Kufuor hwe bra ya bra ne se no man we mo den ene ne ma ekoso no. At least I was expecting say some of the things one no one can say bold etumika se Kufuor Kufuor do mo no atumi enko ma asem a you are here na wo what who chair mu and ya so mu kochoko na bibi ye we e na wadi akira aba bedi sa ba omia wa bedi ba omia machi say o ba be campaign di amano na se kani pa no ya e na nanim tia na ka wo campaign amano na wo say wadaje a na ka me kasa na ba omia we na nim ba nati e wo ba be no campaign because you Kufuor for once you know so many things are papa we the commentary ni niam waya is against the state ye nyina no ye nka ho asem na wo ende wo si Kufuor o ti wi chemu ya me yiri wu ya mi konfie e command yakọ e na me bompae me ba fie no me bompae che yakopon se yakopon ma na hoden na ondom nka ne ho na me pai ba me boy se ya me ma hoden no ahoden kakra wo nya ye no wo ja ba beji na ba wo mi campaign grounds ase e ba be campaign Kufuor me bompae ni biu se sana
empire da bono nya ho de no
ndi kwa da bio me bompae ma ha uni na me cheda bompae ma Kufuor se na me hye ne den no crack no na like o ma ni nche na like na ho de ne mra soro na ho de no me bompae kakra ne ma wo no wo de abetra ba wo mi campaign la jo se ne ceremony ase we de won toje wo bo na papa no oni Ekufuado oni Ekufuado e na bona kra na no mudi ka na boni iti sa na ye ko no nyina no ka tse nkofo no nye ntonko ma asem nyina sa na wa hye odada ye obo
Kufuor bowa
unim sa mi wa dwuri mi o iti ka Kufuor ka sa mu ye ika ba umia ebra invitation no epo na ka area wo gidi se party full soldiers betwa ulaya na ka sheda petu yare se na wo fie du ide o hododo wa enye abibi e wawa enso wo sik twia ne twe de am ya ne se traffic bi o sa so de ba ye kwan ne so Amadina ho no because Kufuor ba ye se obi ama kwan ene ye bie mu wen me dis o ba bi sa na o de ko ba umia program ase no ni Kufuor asem no be twetwere ho because enya America ba umia asem because Kufuor asem me ka kusisen me Kufuor na me cha de na me hyira no wadi enchine di moko akọ nanimu a yenso ye mebu afiase yenso ye preko ye nim a ye hwe da achi di betumi enya fim enti no yen ka de yenso oda ye nim hwe unim owura ba umia His Excellency
ekoya okoye sa unimsa the meeting body program na anything like a seminar and a conference and a campaign lunch and a day
or outlining the vision
or unveiling the vision
whatever it is hwe owura Bawumia unim say Fourth Republic we are ba mo no won minimum say yakopon ka ho say den na ka ho unim say the biggest test I ever facing in our democracy in this dispensation and say ye test and say 2024 about 20 year kwakoto no see e beto ma Bawumia na ento ma no to test ye Jimmy and I adwin ofie like unim say even the contemplation to contemplate say Bawumia or ballot paper no so cry even to think of him as a candidate credible candidate no cry no it's an insult unim say unim say nyama bebre e koswa it is like ye my feeling say sebi predia mo Jimmy ti no we can bring anything be at your doorstep I want to me kan hwe ye be bebre na unim ade amanhu o sa trika Bawumia ene na Akufo Addo mo di play unim ade o mo ye but now aso CD aboya bro ase economy ase Ghana eno nim say 2024 election no ballot no na nimu ni so mo ye de kra wadi mu boni awie ntuni oba kotena dem no ma fa plan say Bawumia ma emi di awie okwa fa problem ni na acha me say me na me ye me na ma nye me yi after all omo ye dem ka ballot me ni so 2024 December me ko na won so kwa na ko hye wo die because omo Jimmy omo ja tu sana feeling no eti a omo de ma yen say ensu enji tu sa but you see sabi predia sa yen Jimmy omo sabi predia sa omo question omo head no omo ni mo delegate from koto abano because if you had somebody like Akoto say Alan Chiremante papa ba ko ne friend say Free Akoto Kele Japan ena papa ba ko no Alan Chiremante ba ko no so kan but all of these people you now ho na say mo se mo ntu na say mo Akoto ama Bawumia mo de mo na mo level no ya juma bie Ghana for dodo no enra hwe unim so mo stations unim say vox pop interviews are made on the streets unim say usually no mo hear interviews no mo solicit for views from the public general public reaction no unim say omo ko je reaction no mo to bimbo unim say reaction ko je no mo to bimbo academ unim say academ no because sentiment na any feeling na ho chena Ghana people cannot hide na unim ade ba ko san so me won say time na mo ye program no me hwemu an me hu say lawyers for wom me hu say doctors for wom professors for wom and me diff wom na me hwe TV ni so ana Bawumia kasa na mo bo mu say pra na me bisa say sebi den na mo bo mu say for then pa na papa na kanti a bo mu say for look at the contradiction and the paradox of quotes papa we here you should know say the man is not talking straight. The man no can any straight. They di kan na me ma punchlines ni bi. When him say MPP for catch there and say Bawumia he was not the one in charge. They say yenja no me enka say because president ankasa so wo ho na vice president no ono ni mandate no enyo no take decision or ono enyo no finance. When him dey ntia Bawumia case na different now we can't forgive him. Sure. Oh, at Tamils, time of vice president.
Yeah.
To Jerry John Rawlings. What John Evans at time of John Evans at Tamils, president. Former president John Mahama, the vice president. Unim say John Mahama, president. Emisata, the vice president. No. Mashada na mebubo we mu nyima din. Unim say omo yankofo omo conductor mu ya omo nyoma no chokrodo. The case will be a chokroda one corner from Okasa by heart or Kasakasa by heart as shebo. Which wouldn't say Obudi Omuhuni say Omunim say boss woho it's boss in Kasaya Yankasa. But in the case of Bawumia, all the fiscal and economic policies are about ready to during electionary season in 2012 anybody when see, the man has been touted as the luminary of economy, like or your whiskey that was being said Ghana problem in na solve it. To the extent so Nwakasa came to believe himself as a demigod. Into no odu one more say economy we dollar exchange rate volatility any fluctuation in no or say at a point no wa hot no or the padlock ato so eno de akoko share
or the kina my
GP or the bakokra ko top mu aye tuna some crab you. All these claims this man made me who baumia so wouldn't say who need mandate now who and now take final decision now your trouble say mayor sky train from Accra to Winneba wouldn't say now shebo be the sumao wouldn't say now shebo and now kita mandate no other na come from Cape Coast for South Harbor e dey amomo see this year Jimmy no wouldn't say nyama bani nyama papa nyina ndo o si we nyama okeka kanyina no see we see we need mandate iti ebane say nyama o mandate say we digitalization because on say ho na kwan ho da kwan it off and fala me asem bia da bia meka mekoso aka akopim tam e beto abawie ni say owura ba unya pese Ghana for taking it seriously and no yes ade no so I mean can asem bi we campaign based on statistics ni data me mboni dimpo you know why ade am expecting to say fa ni die ma Ghana for bu yen kakra on the party for no when they mount the platform the first thing I'm expecting some men say mebu kotoje mebu kotoje first no am say Ghana for me pamochao madimu ntro na bebre onu mo na mimba abanu na minim say etino mo fa nche me na sisi am opportunity until so be sa ade no na otunte sogu yanim no disrespect ye no kaka some kire no enu de yes so na ba umia be ba be ka kire yen say national service obetwam one year national service inti one year national service entino osi wo ba betwam
o say mandatory
onye the mandatory there's a be option but you are really telling us say mebu no omu wie school apena you dey lo step out of university no they are rendered unemployed just some nya adwuma and ra me tie the spokesperson Gideon
Bwako
unma se mo kan or say if you look at the government personnel national service, it will even reduce the pressure on the kitty, and so it's good and optional, and then those who can afford, who told you somebody can afford? And it's because they are running away from their responsibilities. Adia, they are sustaining a mebuno. Mom is manager, and you know, they want to make it look like they are doing somebody a favor. Say my national service. When you hear from Mama Sada Momako school, they are expecting their kids so many opportunities.
Yeah.
And you know, say national service.
I'm on person between allowance, no.
National service, and the bedrock or the foundation for Obia school be, and the children baby, I walk on the baby ofi. Me more example be. Unim say obi won no a na bia ne placement be the first placement no okọ no e lock you a ho no be nya adwuma
yeah
obi so ba bia ne placement obekọ no eho e no see other cultures obi so eho no be hia ne ho kani obi so eho no be nya ne new business ideas and opportunities who are creating enabling environments for businesses to thrive, for businesses to grow. Meanwhile the eho no na kasa na mebu no more experience no so no so ba begu no, and then he goes about babbling and saying all kinds of throwing about events and numbers. Say also a creative in Numa
2.1
million jobs. And the youth are on to which never be called creative. Meanwhile, on not a sector minister in charge of employment, you know, also about vetting committee, you know, 2020, no, also make creative 5 million jobs. Later on, by also created 3 point something. So look at the contradiction. There is no synchronicity between that's
the lie we are talking about.
Information again, when you say also public sector creating 1.2 million jobs. How normally go for Kogu? When you statistics no NAPCO practice for food and jobs. And also we're creating Lumao. Share private sector or see 900,000. Private sector no omo buy. When him say it's unprecedented say abambia anyone more under his watch no company say for the app. When him say ndam no ka say companies more than 8 hour tema how we relocate to Ivory Coast because cost of production
Yeah.
Any raw materials, outside the most of you. And that under this government, the number of people are omulusu omajuma because of the so-called reckless banking sector cleanup exercise. Omanyajuma banks are not creating. See, all these things should tell you that the man is not being real. Again, Osanso Baba Beshishebo say, Oba, levy. Levy. When him said that, levy, you ever to swab now, you can fly a very saying, Domiko Abenyo. Address you can fly in a bridge, I bet to Abenina. Who said about humanity front seat, or parliament front seat one. What bet now no matter now no matter and now you want to play the legendary ostrich and pretend they say who him who has him who be. But why? Okay, so about we don't want to win power. Is it not power they want to win? Some person winning power now or money ye. So if they didn't say and Yamana and Naku Fadu Yesiano and Momu winning power, and I say they have better deals for Ghanaians. What stops them from this 1 year? Okay, 9 months. Okay, I'm the money no more abolish here. I'm more abolish here. Ghana Faka say,
yeah.
Why? Say who say who ye? What's one person who was petty? Absorb yourself from the blame. Say what you want Kahunanado. What's one more? Catch and say. What pencil who buy a yao? One of my digitalization, electronic passport, Abba, MSCR, or revenue generation, and moving from 11 million to 94 million because of events. Online registration is a lie. And you need one number 2. Nibuono, and number 2 is a side number. And I Kobochi, our sector minister, just 4 months ago. Or call passport officer, get a shiny prene chrono on intino, or Kosakin before.
Yeah, Kosakin Guru Boys, no
corruption or no more. Guru Boys, no more. Yeah, it's a lie. See, this man is going about peddling lies because of Mugana for. Again, my memo another example view. Ah, Papa, we and I'm one more mechanism. Or Rabba Umia, at the catcher and say, IMF, a year in Crofua, Omunisio Hunu, and the Kohonum. IMF no who nim say who find the final document now who nim say no on lead team no on no lead team na koye negotiation
so IMF back na on the person
you know a person no so on kan na oni made ba ko a me e ma me question the kind of leadership about Umi Adebeba mo kai say Canada podcast mb o say ono on be able to say ba Umia no no am ba economic management meeting na sector minister obi to say Kenoforiata ebe to be the cyber table so no walking out of event saying about Umia can some channel or pan offer you find this assassin no kure now me not the same people dano won to bu baby chere me na me da to me ko to dwem o say abobo ne ba yenyen no aboabo ne ba yenyen no na na ku fo bonye de diga na ne konye ne baba Umia e fa matu yeso
okay
yenyen no
jo ka se ku fo we ndi le chi
e ku fo ti aboabo ne it's masano aboabo ne ma yenyen no aboabo ne ma ku dai na nado no it's so sad say like Baunya Ebeka say like Tesiano obi okache say we move from taxation to production wouldn't say under his watch uko and the clear phone if report as goods are wouldn't say taxes are also 22 yeah. And then people come and lie to you some buy no omucha 17 taxes one 17 taxes one much items specific items general
no specific
you see omuba no see we move from taxation to production omuba in the productive sector no enhancement men omo de abamu a inuma abamu a nkofo ekoso taxes are omo de good businesses and nkofo ble
have moved from Ghana to different countries for business
see hwe unim oko airport and then Nansam ko ja madam Fuledi bi otu kwan ko oko airport a oko to embrant ne maba wa hwe wo de se show no koso na obet me ma voice bi na be ba nipa no send me audio to thank me baby oko now tie Ghana you might think say Ghana is a war-torn country say na you to need Ghana now obiara come say we are at war with the bad economy and bad governance during Kromo Koso Kyrgyzstan Pakistan there's a quote time bi no so
far better but udru embassies in fact travel and tour here war at Belingpe side udru one of the number of people go ha
do adenta na your friend Salome na ni kunu abroche nti o de enkwada mpaboa eba fools enti ho and for the past almost 3 years ni me to me ma school mpaboa because of the bar oye mi ye what it is the mama ene ne nansa ma po aduma mi ko fie mi ko do fie mi me phones na obi di number bi asane me WhatsApp USA me na US number me ye na di number Barbara okola picture nka ho and I send a hi, I'm say who is this? Was this son and man ako?
Me try the school.
And they say when they jump up
me try the school me try the school madam for school. Correct school pa. Na my dedicating me time say like anytime I may free piano, me pass it through my coach art. Omo ma kwai na say ya. And na me call say me coach there. Unim say me go do one more in Kola 11. And Obia my school now me call proprietress work business and say what's happening 7 I will phone to me to your fees no and your school fees be answer first no parents no year juma like and juma no you but say the inflation level no baby edu no salary no become so school fees ni fi no a see ano en kola no nyoma na yiri ni nya juma ndesi ana yiri na da ne teacher wo fie no no ade koturu ada kola for na aka ne so no omko UK omudi omami achi and I'm busy say na omami no papa so yes ka for UK me frère papa no phone so say the Ghana aye the kind of future or person building man and man no say o Ghana ha ne ma ha intuni say ni fie ni bibia wa ton ni bibia na wa relocate how can you make the youth of this country better or mine no be lose confidence or mine to the extent everybody wants to run away even me at a point unim say metrasi na me now so say ka be ba show say ya na me now so kira broche for no mo ho ne say obi a opportunity bi obetumi aye connection ma me na ma figure na no onye ma because the depression no too much but see ba unya ba ya no unim say no be comparison inflation GDP no ka ho see ade ba ko nka kire Ghana for ne say oba ya no economy no so manage ni ye no na Ghana ka ya din nyina aye 120 billion. Who send them 700 billion? Only COVID-19. Sa COVID-19 now. Yes, you COVID-19 a car and a COVID-19 a buy. Who say COVID-19 is coming in a 20 billion?
But see, you more.
Who they mean for saying but see, we say who they 100 million and 100 billion. 700 billion. You say 600 billion. No, what they call him again? See, we couldn't forgive Mahama. So we mismanage exchange rate, dollar CD, any other foreign currencies. $18 or 3.8 4 CD impo. Yes, CNT be that. Mubaji ya. Whoo! And that KK
5 cities.
KK. Now, Diana na first air common obia to me to be gobe. And then gobe.
The binding.
Gobe. Who get that courtesy? Now, him say so no patu to na so benum koko. Also banum koko 5 cities. Also 5 near koko penalty.
I say koko nkwale.
Debi, now to go say no to ya 15. Now then you get koya nearby. All of these things are happening and it's hurting the pockets of Ghanaians.
They now know this here, mommy.
So,
Debi na maba
introduction am here no.
I feel over
the start right. Oh the moment come now. Now me the say introduction. Oh my introduction maybe.
But I'm like Bremen me quick one now. Yeah, cause second round.
So who a yawa youth no home. Politics no home. Say I change you. Yeah, politics of maybe me say reality, when the reality done on you, you speak the truth. Ba me ho, am a bre, a yaw, a com, and about youth no so. It's right on youth, only say youth with power MPP new. But be say massa e lokre dey kan no kwen. Aban we die. Ogun juma kasa kasa. So ope aban a ogun juma pa ho. aban we aban what youth echi like odi any sign youth aban odi youth hwemo aban we because the youth has no future in Ghana here under this governance or under this government or the young pepe or pepe yeni. And when you have such a person na oba na become brofo me say Canada Japan enu wasem or say let me read it or say they go about claiming to be strategists. Strategist is what has brought us here today. Ghana is the only place that those who send their country to IMF claiming to be strategists. For someone who claimed to be strategist, the dollar was 4 cedis, equivalent when we took power. Today, the dollar is 12 cedis. You think you are a strategist? Excuse me, strategist. Please, Kennedy Paul said in a speech to party delegates. But what I say? You also say, Akwadufo, and you did Ghana IMF. No more power, he, Baumia, said clearly that he will never take Ghana to IMF. And then you're bomb pie. Yes, IMF. IMF, you can say, you can't in a tour. In Ghana for still they accept it because the condition IMF gave them, they accepted it.
And yet IMF had the conditions in the Mao. And your conditions almost set here. IMF, the attendant say IMF Okwa Jabosia. Your babies I'll say, a quamben abe fast with ya. And then I bet you say, oh, my dear bro, me tremor bro, ma be Tiaoka. Timahama approach IMF 2014. Mahama called Senchi consensus. And no developing homegrown policy. Homegrown policy ni say banks face liquidity challenge no yen recapitalize omo afri so employment no mean fan fool mete so
okay
taxes are a wall luxury cars so a different which eba no may increase subsidy ahodo na medema no may is subsidies need the free ho. This is the conditionalities that Mahama government set for themselves and they approaching IMF and IMF approve it okay and the IMF doesn't set conditions who na be set to condition a check one person first to the
condition no ko che ni say
everybody be me say oboku condition ni say me the receive tax eba with the 15% equal to electricity so emra for den kwakra for pension payment tua afi obi ade me car man and so nya dey say metua that the conditionality nya me frese timo
oh you are senior general is
Abdullah Tasmami
but you see say yeti omo we na say o sa panyi we a e na make me say panyi a otile fie ma nkwawe nanka yebu nanka we for wedding oka ho all these things and you been within 7 years you are bred for 7 years now all the crocodile job me catch say oh say me ba I'll take off all these taxes. I'll do this. I'll do that. What will you do for us? I don't even think so. We should even give him the opportunity to even be talking about him because he's not relevant. Young come at the forefront. But right now we are tired of him. There's nothing but we are tell us Ghana here now. JD. Nothing. Absolute nothing. Again, over saying. The only thing I even see and it's about me dollar above 4 cedis. And the above 4 cedis that be near the Kasa EBT. Because a new word you want the more car me car say. And I media about also you fit any. Car just say shocks in the kuku media about chain. And also you can fix it for me. I will charge you the mutua. You 12 more. The amount when you 7 years no. I think you far car now. Say oh ni wa ko ti ade get bima o si o 4 pump nye hey na say we dey car buy you 4 pump asala be kai shocks am see your mommy o si o ji your touches kakra wa ha touches no bi what are again you dey about me on fan ferry and you know say when they can even campaign no quite the only person who say opposition leader in his own government even at the achievement that they have even in Ghana here he can't even trumpet on the achievement. The only thing he can say is that free education. That's the only thing he was able to say. Apart from that, there is absolutely nothing. One can't be bia. They say, "Assembly okay bia." Sebi you. You find change. Yes, any.
Nipa say emission tax. Oba abolish. Meanwhile, okay, so last week protest ne ba so na bi mu be kasa ene yi no okay so almost withdraw
exactly
exactly this is somebody who cannot be trusted disingenuous
no on integrity they only they say like he's not trustworthy again no what is he coming to tell us new reshuffle on my baby I'm honestly on no crowd can reshuffle first because there's nothing new in Baumia. I think we should continue with a different topic in Baumia the final twinche because Ghanaians no answer being bribe paying kind of Omukoye interview on the streets and everyone. Nobody even want to talk about him. There's nothing positive around him.
Our party.
Oh, sir, you know what?
Our party affiliate Kofi Akpalu. Even the party people no. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, they can't talk.
From show how can they defend?
My member Hunter so large number of Ghanaians are disappointed in Niakoso mismanagement Niakoso. So people keep asking, is there hope for Ghanaian, especially with the youth?
As for hope, there's hope. And that hope is Don Dramani Mahama and the NDC.
Pio.
Hey, Masa, can you?
Pio.
PPP wa.
PPP and Dr. Papa Kwasindum. Omu destiny falling under NDC.
Oloni.
It's a moment joining.
Yes. Oh, for Dr. Papa Kwasi Indum. So the business is obie ya. Ni na oshase from NDC. Now say Dr. Papa Kwasi Indum cry you obia. Was enkoye NDC ni. Because under Rollins and open door at the man. But kufo ba no, kufo so ni ye adwuma.
Yeah.
But we dey no to nchen Papa Kwasi Indum ni savings and loans. Ojane license under NDC. NDC peso and we say nya license we operate as a bank. Oko Papa Kwasi Indum ni group Indum adwuma na hyase a oko when or start ya everything started under NDC. Ni businesses grow under NDC. As of 2016, now the Papa Kwasi Indum workers 3,600. With over 66 companies. Yeah, Sambo cars, TV crowd by Sambo, rice, university, bank, football club. 2016 and Dr. Papa Kwasi Indum was the first politician in Ghana who used to Tundra.
Oh yeah.
Not even the ruling party then. First presidential candidate I know issue Cadillac. Educo campaign. Open top no be no na market now. He was begging women say come for a year interest free loan at GN Bank. And Samahama Saba, I tell you said Dr. Papa Kwasi Indum will rise again. Not only Dr. Papa Kwasi Indum, Kwabena Dufo, Makenyinaku, all of them they will rise again, but Mensa Wotaba will never rise again.
Amen.
Because on the Nyankopa so tria pa and a dinosaur. Mamen to us. You see, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia, any MPP, sometimes Uncrophobic Timiko naked no made to your matem. Sometimes because I didn't know so deep in your term. But idea ya pass will be based in sorting your intelligence.
Oh yeah. Very, 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 very painful.
Seni pa kwasiabu kwasia ya papa na se Jimmy Fobu Jimmy Foa bufu. Said you move say we're talking about jobs. 2022, 29 September 2022, and a deputy minister for employment and labor relations, your friend Roku Brebe, a grantee interview say MPP first term and the Kufuado omu creative 5.3 million jobs. First term, 4 years, 5.3 million jobs. 2023.
Mamin digawe kitwa embra wadamati so mamina CMGC catcher promotion so gusu across wadama dial star 413 hash now free play be just five Ghana cities na with me I enter into that and no sika on side bit me account 1,000 cities and I think so 2,000 Ghana cities. Okay, kwacha mami for a line is niwe winning for today no waba ahomano so hello good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lepacho, what's your phone also? I hear about that so. 1,000 Ghana cities. Hey, Otto, do saying.
40.
Makumako 40. 14. Okay, 40 CDs. I see. And then the first time I walked to and I said, what title? And then I boom amount. 1,000 CDs and what the bedding? It was your school fees. Money my day room to your own. Tennis are wow. But I say, I didn't have a catch it here for you. School fees and I come as him will be D1,000 or the Kakutia because of my day. It used to be to me. I'll join it. Raffle no *413# choose Accra FM now follow prompt now also sabit me account 1,000 CDB obi di 1,000 CDs and they are yedanyame ase at least what the kwakutia school fees as I say amemo born into won't any bus school fees *413#.
Okay, let me say.
About 5 Ghana cedis pay.
Okay,
I'm Tibushi be another.
Anyway, sure. Namasma make can say nipa kwase abu kwase a ya. Ba say Jimmy fo bu ebu say we Jimmy a ya bufu pa. That sa game no and Dr. Muhammad Bawumia ni MPP aban any Ghana for play. Talking about job creation. 2022 29 September and a deputy minister for works and labor relations, employment and labor relations, your friend Reku Brobe or granting interview was he MPP first term or mu create 5.3 million jobs, and it's on the internet, you can go there. 2023 November 15 Ken Oforiatta kojina parliament say 7 years under Akufo-Addo omo a create 2.3 million jobs. Then 3 days ago Bawumia say 7 years under Akufo-Addo omo a create 2.1 million jobs. Now me sure say you December there na omo wie eduma na sa. Some say 4 years no omo create 5.3 million jobs. But in 7 years, we created 2.1 million jobs. No say Jimmy Fobu, Jimmy for Ebu Fupa. Was say 2.1 no. Was say omwa ya for mo abanya jumamu. Eya 1.2 million. And a omwa ya for mo ankrankra jumamu 900,000. Dr. Muhammad Bawumia data no. But Oko Ghana Statistical Service. Omo statement omo release here for 2022 2023 2022 at the buy say omo aban afọ madwuma mu e wo Ghana ha say okwa data description was statistics in this session are generated using December 2022 earnings data of public sector employees. Now the whole year omo data omo release here, I just want to get it for you. Omo release ya omo chere Ghana for aban adwuma for a ye fa omo ene said the Ghana ya sitira the Ghana 2022 earnings inequality in the public sector. Eno na ukọ sa session na wa chere wo di breakdown at the aba. Or say where Ghana Statistical Survey, the government of Ghana employs about 688,000. Ghana Statistical Service or say Ghana buying FL Juma form no do ye empema hensia edio watching 688,000. Now one can sake with the breakdown by Maminkum. Upper East Abajuma for 32,507 representing 5%. Northeast 9,423 1%. Upper West 25,184 4%. Savannah region 9,646 1%. Northern region 47,051 7%. Bono East 24,988 4%. Bono region 36,177 5%. Oti region 15,164 2%. Ahafo region 16,258 2%. Ashanti region 125,333 18%. Western North 16,861 2%. Eastern region 73,302 11%. Volta region 43,804 6%. Central region 61,192 9%. Western region 37,365%, and a Greater Accra 113,723, representing 17%. And Tiabanjuma for more yet to Mokano 688,000. But we also say public sector our buy for Majumamu for the past 7 years. No, 2.1 million. And to one the Tuamoka. Because who got 600,000, we never 700,000, who got free a year, so 1.2 no crown. It means you have over 400,000 Ghanaians are buying from Tuamoka. So who paid them? Why the Tuamoka? A tro until Tona be dead, you know. Baumia, any opportunity you obey, Pianti and Ansan before person, but Rabbe Casano. Well, Mahama introduce Mahama shall see a 24-hour economy about me. I got to bomb. Okoka say John Okoka John Baumiano. And I'm some catching soon to na fedo or hand over the man here. And I need a juma. And to camp people punk about me and Kwanka Sabio. Now Baumia is saying, say 2.1 million jobs, no. Why the Tuamoka? Nobody knows. Now, they attempt to run away from MPP under Kufuado, anyone who Baumia and Kasa leadership mess. No, Baumia a Siki Reef a refuge. If him far, Mahama ho. Baumia some of Council Vision na Mahama. What plagiarizing Mahama A to Z. Tax are Mahama so between Baumias Mitchum. Ministers are Mahama so better no, Baumias Metiso. The Mahama so bayano and a Baumia oye. No wonder Sakufuado Kojina Independence Square 7th January 2017. We plagiarize. I want it to be citizen. No, so I can't. The same thing. Verbatim. 20. What was that? 2011 and I make why me Ghana card or mo be register sabe na me ti alubushi or mo koye no mile 7 e ho no mo koye no obezo ko bana
yes so commercial time na so wada mam
come 2 minutes na me
so blink mam bon commerce here
wasa nyu
police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa, Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready Pediamusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yariantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, Eddie Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a Honka. No, Yamwa suing you know, a boy who buy every home. And now I'm pa, one dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kashi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row, at to 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Cratry, what you must say, ye.
Abba some swinging, my button bra.
No one on origin Jewy,
and now when I wash a school some dria. What's our fee? I want to waffy JH. Look for SHS1. But sniff your chirp, papa.
Oh, Yanja. See us some doughy. St. Andrews SHS for sale. Some from the resource in Bempa. When you're what day? What before be? What's that SHS1 that waiting result? May young that's the index number, Baba. It's your resource in a bar. Next, I bet you. Mama will be in Snitch.
Aha, private school
Enye St. Andrews SHS or your grade A private school. And you be able to school and you go school or what? Akonya so ho from open over SHS 2 only SHS 3. Na safi no be SHS 1. Na resource mbe mpa. Obeje me see. One boarding house ho a. Oya kono de. Teachers no so force mo from em wo suadinti. Wo pass wasi no easy. Epede wo be your general arts, business, economics, agri, general science, visual art. For be St. Andrews eh. And men campus no asin for su. Wa kra hadze. You will test it triple. Last off. 0244 696911. St. Andrews SHS. We are always in the lead.
Infienso ni mu adada nkwa. Infienso ni aproye ne ketase hye dwirim adokrome. Infienso ni mu ahokyere nso nkwa. Emraso se ye besisem. Ni edi ni daso papa. Ni ahotopa abro manfo nyina. Enye okokromuti nkwa hu. Ye ya wa hoden ene wo moa. Waiting the good governance card GGC Ebre Ghana Fungina. Good governance card ni ma wakonya a wote ukakra bebwa ama yedi John Dramani Mahama ni NDC abebio. Good governance card no di obotom tie bia no wo benye bi. Go www.ndcgoodgovernancecard.com. Ana dial *248*6#. Na hwe die didi so. For 0534 000 261 ana 0534 004 275. And now so says 0598 953 915. Good governance card. Emeni dasu. Good governance card. At the NDC beba. Good governance card. Ahotonkwa.
I was 20 unity.
Lincoln Professional Institute aye school pon bia yekire odisua di bia de ema na adwene mu ebobe programs ayeye no baako ene advanced business certificate examinations ABC emu no courses aye offer aye diploma in business administration, diploma information technology IT nye tosua bien aye general business certificate examinations aye GBC sara nso ne aye classes for wasi esan ye wasi remedials enti osuku di bia wantwa ne wasi ensohwe ne betumi aba ye wasi remedials ewe ye ngasoye asem de ne say ye waye biometric registration ni nyina wa ha mfi ha nkwa bia ye be bribia ma o genew emfaso a ewo ABC ene GBC programs ayeye no ema wakwenya ema wunya admission eco level 200 ewo university bia ubenya nimdia wiase nyina agya atuma efata say wubetwa won sohwe Lincoln Professional Institute de ye wa akyerɛkyerɛfo anwa adwene mu abɔbe wa wonimu de ye school fees de eye fofofo ye san gyina mu bua ma wunya admission with university yema free career guidance and academic counseling your hostel facility mamia ne merema ne boyefo enti baby a odi uti beto de enwene hu bio Lincoln Professional Institute ewo Madina Rolling Circle Accra inchirichiri mu bia freying 0243 530 917 and 0241 240 688 and 0576 046 421.
Say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who crave me say enunti no manya award wa eya world best. Obia transe ema dompem ya de ka say anase mo boya de enkan to dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te say ne ekuro etu no ne enkan ewo nanum. Oba na be mo pa wo ene enyarwan kaye.
Nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield ada romenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewo ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. I should share the pediatric Muankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewanungwa Dogon, Estate Junction. Last stop. Fre was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe.
Wow, acrobat would dreamy. Media fathers. See, I'm not sharing my bow where no be I am to share. I didn't see car. The Debawar. Now, so media fathers are solving one touch. So, the warrior, media fathers, they are ready to help you from head to toe. Atalia or Barnabas said, Beman should sit the gracious and Kuna table money di so canopy e be transie aduani amu bedi pictures video ni bo nya di bia o old currency 177 million now currency 17,700
Jumadia media father aye emaye kaman e de na baka fa hon
eda omo ase e wa de fefa omo aye e sika kakra bi na yetu aye nanso ne omo aye e chense yetu sika bebre e de omo asiesie ha no e fine pa ma dwumadi na edimu
so when your word ye what you can try me ave kukuti woni pani
your wager broadcasting Kaswa highway no so Freya was 0545 489 883 and 0207 789 280
media fathers omo ma ware aye full
100.5
Accra FM.
Okay, sama akwa badeba Accra 100.5 FM. So, unto na oka yanto aso mfi baby a we no.
That may can how I got my first Ghana card.
Yeah.
2011 na meti alogboshi. Na omo ye registration no. Ye koye de e wo mal 7. Achimota mal 7. Hone koye hwa so na mkoje me card. Enti 2020 yes ye Ghana card registration mo ka say wo bi afabra no eno na mde ko end the first thing omo je as a guarantee as a identity and omo ye new one at the mami but Baumia is telling Ghana for say ono and a champion national identity
no me twa no who say all can no or smart I don't do so a smart scratch obia or can who kufo ho elo acknowledge kufo I don't know like who that signal or can you say hey
and so who father
no so who say hey what can you na so can papa no mula so how no boy o ma credit o ma papa no credit I go ma papa no credit
mo
because o ma papa no credit that day which means o papa no say so that you credit
Mahama could be is going to mean cash.
Exactly.
Digitalization about me can once a me. Sometimes I am not a mobile. Because Ghana card is a make. Nyamin kwa Ghana for we branum kuta Ghana card. NIA card no mukutabi. Ansana a ye MPP and a Kufuado eba bemo. But a ne Baumia peso catcher and say. One in the Ghana FM. 2015-2016. Our GTV, a your own story. I launchy open online passports.
Yeah.
Wow, person will apply for passport, what me call online. And it is there. Okofa NDC Green Book is there. Okofa NDC Green Book, Oko my last page now. I'm just looking for it. It's there. E-services aban dwuma ku ahodo nyina opeso apply online opeso ni aban din kita ho bibi na wo hwe open online tintan so a wutimi ko ho ema ne yeye everything is there Ghana for DVL ene omudwumadi omudie obi a obetimi apply ewo honom no matu din say e-services e-services no ene wa hai opese oko AMA DVL Ghana Police Service ministries ahodo any government agencies nyina no utimi apply is there okofa green book na is there the facilities so a fiber optic cable from 900 kilometers yeah the call greater Accra tema surroundings bibia eda ho oba oko NC green book na any we say Government Online Services e-Services Platform Project. The Government Online Services Project e-Service is being implemented by the National Information Technology Agency (NITA) in line with President Mohammed's determination to deepen the utilization of online services within Ghana's emerging digital economy. Ya launch you. It serves as the one-stop services portal for government services, which comprises a pilot with 11 MDAs listed as follows: 1. Passport Office Online submission of personal data for passport application. 2. Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority DVLA, renewal of driver's license and vehicle ownership transfer. 3. Accra Metropolitan Assembly online request for marriage license. 4. Food and Drugs Authority application for registration and food product importer as food product importer. 5. Ghana Tourism Authority online application for registration of accommodation and catering establishment. Inti hotels ahodo utimi e-booking online. 6. National Communications Authority guidelines for application for telecom licenses, authorization and downloadable forms online. 7. Ghana Police Service CID online application of police reports and fingerprint checks, nominal vetting. Number 8. Mineral Commission online application for recognizance and prospecting license and cartographic search request. Number 9. National Identification Authority NIA guidelines for filing filing application forms for entry into the national identification system. And tinka Ghana card you apply online. Number 10. Birth and Death Registry online application for certified copies of birth cert and death certificate. 11. National Information Technology Agency NITA guidelines for services offered to all government agencies has the following benefits. 1. It will reduce the amount of time. The purpose. It will reduce the amount of time and energy that citizens spend to commute to and from MDA's premises when accessing government services. Just adaje. Ese we still lawyer for adaje now call MDCs in district assemblies kronoba. 2. Information about government services from the various MDAs can easily and readily be accessible from one central portal. And to enhwehwemu bia wo hwe fa ban dwumakuo bia ho no wokọ ho no ma obenya ni nyina ehu hia so be sa adaje afa ka nante akoho. 3. This shared infrastructure is helping government departments and agencies to reduce costs, improve security of their database, etc. Ebwa emeka amanyumaku ahodoa ebono eteso na fe so security ye mamu aye den se nipa bonifo ntimi enwuramu. Or say this platform will also make it easier for government channel partners to plug into government database for delivery of services. And to mom ya buy partners on the juma open bia baba no a okwa uzabetumi aka no bureaucracy nya fi na akọ na esiku hu we. Or see the portal provides government services and information which can be accessed by citizens, non-citizens, businesses and government employees. And here so you Ghana ni so nya Ghana ni so ya ban adwuma so nya ban adwuma wotimi access it free eda ho no ma ya state ni nyina agencies ahodo a we say the government e-payment portal. The government e-payment portal is obetimi atua aban ka electronically. We say this e-payment portal is a service provided by the government of Ghana to the public to conveniently pay online for government taxes, fees, tangible goods and services. But me see on number 2025 now what you are or tax online. Meanwhile this thing was launched Juma 2015-2016. Yeah. And the government services bia they say mo amoko MDAs payable online ubetimi atua MA ubetimi atua birth and death registry ubetimi atua DVLA food and drugs authority CID Ghana Revenue Authority Ghana Revenue Authority GTA Afe Mineral Commission. All these agencies ultimate online ultimate and free.
Nto mama fa we ka ho unim say the so called banking telco interoperability no.
The mobile money interoperability.
Mobile money interoperability. Now you say, Maumia say, or no nam ne swa a buyer.
Yeah.
Me, I was working with Pay Global and GN Money. Foreign remittances and local bank transaction. As at 2015-14, Haptel, Machete Amebo company, the company na a hosty interoperability, mobile money interoperability, na Haptel. It was there. It is a Obana when the security is behind the foundation, a flow. Now the two siswa, what's you now see that?
Across the Oko village, now the new car now Akokwan back for old kind sir
my SMOP Misimanza as well. NDC government and Mama are launching National Emergency Response Number 112 at the car say who he enter movie after number week near Bejoso.
No, I say senior I dear me person who Obia na say I buy and obey advice automatically. Nipa ya wo ni ne computer o ka digitization o do something no that is his fault. Communication ni o na me say abo akokɔhwede abo akokɔhwede e say anibre ne ahokyere nti na abo akokɔhwede ewura kusibo mu na nka akokɔhwede de okopede okusibo mu bibi na ato nso akokɔhwede ye taa no so anu otu o ta akokɔhwede o pam na otu baako otu mienu a wontimi ntu bio ontimi ntu mirika bio enti sa pressure no ene ma abo akokɔhwede ko wura kusibo mu so na Baumia attempt to run away from Akufuado mess no and one better what because
we can't head to head some Muhammad digitization to her.
Yes, NDC from flying pine
to fire because you can't digitization Muhammad stronghold.
To that you say oh baby rescue no na baby oko rescue ni ye adwuma Mahama ye tina de bia meka se NPP omo full of mediocre sin kwan go NPP anyama NDC ya ye won say we nya ade a ye wo say ye hu dede no enne NPP ye hu dede ntina kufu ade timi ko commission bo ho
yes say
Mahama did this fiber optic cable leya me say mete eye ogudo MTN 4 e dey sa fiber ni bi on be connect ye on speed na I was saying
grow credit submarine.
Yes, because
I'm grow the
submarine. National Data Center is here physicians and then center one
the whole West
Dr. Omale Buama under his leadership and on building here. And what the media quarter was part. National Media Commission office was built by NDC. And every infrastructure I here as a country to move to a digital platforms, all of them were built by NDC. Mahama, I launched at night one of the campaign ground. It me echo Skype. M1 in ministers, regional ministers, MNDCs, you host you more live GTV broadcasted it. Baumia buy no. Office you say after 8 years the Ghana full repay fee. And the say, yea, me Baumia, me record my achievement.
Yeah.
And it's Baumia, Beka vision for Treya. Baumia's me vision is say, me back 2025 Ubet me 3 hour tax online. Something a year Juma from 2015. Ubet me apply for government services via online. Adia ya launching in 2015 more than a year 8 years ago. Because now Jenny say Nipa Ghana for fee to back.
No, he's not.
But the truth of the matter is say, Kanena kabet my way from Wedi because we're not having access to this portal media and social media and all those things. Metia, what did I do? Menkuta Green Book I just Google NDC Green Book.
Yeah.
And I download the PDF. And everything you can download and it's there.
And
all this infrastructure say cano. What you won't believe it, the old Green Book no more. Go to their office, they are there. I Accra Digital Center one dey see ye Mahama it me create over 10,000 jobs at the Ghanaian youth. Ye free analog TV analog aqua digital no who build the infrastructure don't know money Mahama NDC he build the infrastructure when the man come ne ultimate portal number was me MTN for service me pay but I don't want to lose this number me person me call
defendants about issue the same number
the same thing under Haruna Idrisu as a communication minister this thing was done did there be a man and about me free say you refi to me see Baumia sebi and penny for modidi wakwani abeta we dwane and wo akoton krani mu abo kokore de wo ja egunu sunti kokore de akowura kusibo mo na dwen so ho no benya ni tedi mo nim se ho no e ho ni epi enti Baumia we yadakato Baumia ye empty if would have served Baumia and MPP Gusenka Baumia and Kasenko Kasakra. No Senka Baumia Chenya 3 months to election. Said the Kufuado Yeno, no launching the manifesto. The Sabre and political activity to be a swayeshi and to be a shed any time to school, no attention. Nanka Odin in the Moana wet me a fool, Sabion Quasia 4 of your kind. But Nankopo pushing because Ghanaians were demanding Baumia in MPP Prime Minister. Musa said, where's your vision? Vision way. So you're putting pressure on Baumia as I say play nonsense. Baumia me vision 3 hours, you know.
No, about 24 hours. 3
hours. Baumia vision de by you and nonsila. Either say ya dear Mahama Edada. And I said the Mahama so baby. And in the NDC, me ya pass NDC afa campaign manager. Now can say NDC fa. So can you see him see and can say more appointed campaign manager because Baumia is the campaign manager for John Dramani Mahama in NDC. Baumia be ya jumani. Now I ya jumani. Now the man am about say MPP communicators I am more bo. Me see MPP communicators. O my ya more bo. It's not only social media and they can't even speak. Now all of them omo we drew omo say hey. It is a call lunch, secondary school, you call lunch in Asaba, you know. I don't think you're enough of Papa. I come by the could by them PCI and by the Gumbe Brain. Now for secondary school now, you're not called to dormitory. Not the first time I call Nessie Omukudi. Nessie lunch yam. Next one own so or Koya, yes, a yam now. 2 slices na the two. Enti e call lunch ni nyina ani. Ba ye mienu. Baumia vision nyina ani. Dada, adia Mahama ye dada. Any de Mahama so obeye, any Baumia vision. Na maminka we mfentwa to say. Ghana will not forgive NDC current executives. So mo transima Baumia adakatowe. It means that the civil Ghana for as I impose themselves on Ghanaians NDC executives Ghana for Fantamoda. Because baby Baumia kwa in program no. And Crawford including Kufo Muninano. See the ballot box I bet you say 70% of them would have voted against Baumia. Oh, yeah. They would have voted against Baumia.
Because they've been pushed a crown. Oh, yeah. Clearly tells you that they disagree with him.
They would have voted against Baumia. Because but out of their frustrations and shocks, I was almost clapping. Papa Nia Bon Samundi amount. Wait, Baumia, wait. So can you imagine? Say Baumia Jina will deliver speech. He cannot even stand on his feet. As a Ojina Sebu a gem. Waka no abaha. Tiba Babe President Kwakwa could a UN General Assembly meeting. I could deliver speech on behalf of Ghana and Africa. Baumia Kwakwa could Parliament. I could deliver a State of Relations address. Wait. But that is it. A DMPPM why dear a branding. And to Omono, they can brand any idiot for him to be seen as the wisest person on earth in the eyes of Ghanaians. The same to Amri Akufuado. they branded the Kufuado. Ama chese se Kufuado na be president a ka Ghana me think be boy hu dia because Kufuado na be president 2016 ko wu ko koda da ka Ghana for be boy hu ka be bo Mahama trisu ni ndisi trisu sa se ajinkwa bia nyankopo yi ni ma ya Kufuado mo na mama president because of branding. And then so those media personalities in Sankofo na brand Kufuado nyina no, all of them are running away from Kufuado. That's why you see some of the so core media some neutral. Meanwhile, we Kufuado agenda ene ehinabua ejehia to omo a omo ko manu asem no. And the same thing they want to do. Baba omia de ne pa na bono so. Kofi Bensi de no ko tu menya na on da hoi. Da ya.
It was split tire. Every minute you have a post.
You can't lie anymore. As for lies, you can lie. Name of said or bet me at Ghana for you can't. Na se ba omya vishini. That's why the crown says I find a better task screen analysis. I'm on your 70 day. Every day be a me fa bako. Near the ya corner fast check. It will give us more time. Baumia has nothing. MPP has nothing for Ghanaians. Na a year, se Baumia mi ehun ni swadi hunu se si e ni wan twen last minute. O twen last minute anke ye nyabre se si e be nyabre ni ewremo. NDC mpanyumfo me kan sisi bio. Se mo ma bulu we etimi bulu ni way through with this lies adakato empty box, this emptiness. So confusing Ghana for to impose themselves on Ghanaians 2024 NDC executives. You will not only run away from the offices I'm occupy. I was saying running away from Ghana to go and seek asylum somewhere because the Ghana for the Bayamono, none of you can survive.
But I say, Divine, my member, Dr. Bamia promised not more than 50 ministers. Meanwhile, he's a vice president. Was the more than 100 ministers in this administration.
Question you because above from us soon.
Well, promise not more than 50 ministers. Say obey president. Meanwhile, or a vice president. Wash your map ni boss and as a driver are appointing more than 100 ministers.
William said. For the past 1 week in here, 2 weeks in here, Obe observe me na me call radio station and TV station. And then back we are in tiny. Man say no me po me suaye. Unim say na me ko show me guitar pen and paper. Me fa pen and paper and ko show that. But me realize say anytime be I dey ba me topic be me can na me refi because problems dey also. Inti say an me dey pen and paper ko. Sina be ya me tro na me refi bi. Because me can na for fraba. Me can unim say dey ma tro paper we bebre we nyina chi nyina no. Masaso akai for sisi.
Okay.
Unim say get here ya ka say. Me see His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia. Ni se mo di tuja o hihye bo ni nyina no Ghana for fa ne tra. Bosire muka. Enya ade a omini. Because ade a opese on kire yen no. O kire yen. Unim se odu wa soto na odu wa dwen kobu pa. Obe realize say I just say, opese on chile say, na Kufuado. Sebi imprediasa. On fita, on tie futuo, on tie obi asem. Opese on chile say, na Kufuado mbonama, na Kufuado enye adwuma. And I say onim the left from the right. Eti say wo ba na say wo de achievements under this government eba edebeba ohun safo hini ebe je ho fans wie na on the other hand obe pretend to say ebi wo no mu asia no de woni mu hwea na yo asem no yemfa nkosisen yemfa ne say sentia hwe na Kufuado ba ya obe appointing ministers for bebre ɛna Ghana for started some bisa question say ministers be bring our appointee adentia unim say na Akufo-Addo say or hit the ground was a road running quickly
or hit the ground
opening them because Ghana problems no extortion and your man benefit of the doubt to say well if that is what he's saying here and yeah share
okay what dama so mame enko ahomana so kwekwa na sika chere promotion na wuje number na we wundi yen obi adi hello good afternoon
sir
o phone ahe na abaso
500
unya 500 cities
that's right
otu na dodo sen
to 80 cities na to here
80 cities na otu here okay and then the first time what to na title
oh me title
but first time we dini
the first time dini
okay it is if I friend would be weekend that's on
me be pay school fees
we nyina mu the school fees ka on but me dey vera se pa ti no divine what ma to aso mami
na me do
na ye can one run over 100 ministers
yes and no say Ghana problems do sunti no the oba inherit and e be hia say or the more ministers e be ya adwuma unim say na do minister do your de ba e nyina no unim say wa compound your challenges and problems no e change your beto ye like all the sectors in now the nsako kan e nyina no
e wa say
unim say free SHS ya omodeje fancy unim say si an omatwa PTA mu unim say omatwa PTA and no man no PA tio oman no PA I'm say parents association no my teachers
different
and now unim say massa so certain mara for governing and now unim the first meeting na SHS for choir no omo year no that be last 2 weeks unim say honey dey cut off when him it is literally begging parents say pay school fees by a person e beka say school fees in EGF mo ho that's what it means now unim say I too expensive say is here no school in college school unim say koshoko any yale tantan bi omunya because aduane omudi ni nya aduane papa abani to be supply aduane man in school into education is high expensive she so be am akwan December always school match school ben no all of this ministers appointment I dey buy the same ministers appointment on the buy yeah be na you expressing me do so under this government ministers here mu under this ministers here mu and then enkofo ye nyuma ye papa no ma ye nyuma tew focus strike obo patient here too aban obi adwuma o waten to untu ankoto ne foto mu ye all of these things are happening none the me yan say wo de Japan US UK France and China ebomu a these 5 countries am mention wo de bomu a wo de ministers do nyina bomu anu say do na Akufo-Addo ministers do meanwhile no omuti komukromu no mo solve big problems and na Akufo-Addo amaye who say a job for the boys yet ha Kennedy Japan and the catcher yen say ministries be brananado eseti up no or setting ya because no person create job for the boys or see or no ene aye ka say madam silada pa ene no nkasa ene no nye fine because time wa nanado buy no instead say call the Ministry of Aviation Transport any railway ebe one ministry no o chemu 3 interman influence confirm because nanado person ombie mu na nkrofo foforo enye adwuma ni bi nye o say how akunse ministry pa set up sanitation no kra no channel mo pa no mo se pe bibi ma no it means that
a special development initiative
no na che say enya ade anana na do plan so plan or blueprint bi of person develop your mind no oba ne sire mu a ba bi esika no no de na busuafo no na afofo no ko ho no mo chase Kennedy there was no plan and in the same way na ba umia ba wo be ka kire yen say obeti o ministers do no so e dey akọ ahe 50 unim say o class asem no Odi o video na akwohwe. Enkrofo na ete wono mu no kwa business. Because almost feeling say eh yan ye me adwuma ma na on become ministers because constitution you know what the constitution said is that it hasn't changed though. Said the number of ministers say were appointed from parliament you know. I say if you know it 2% chance say na is omo maka no munya hwe omo nyina bisa questions but onim ade e ma menjin di ni say Bawumia itu adwen kese we nyina na wo se wuntumi fa mboa na nado en kan kire no se na be ya Ghana for ho betom. Is it Nanado that is a bad man or it is Bawumia that is inept? Mibisa. Because who synchronize consolidate connect here and link it me couldn't say me to be that so na me masheme na me bisa me hu say it is someone Bawumia ka kire yen pa no ni tin no na we say tie eye Nanado pa no eni pa boni ni ne ka sam papa kire na ontie na on ka kire yen ni efesi Nanado to be Cassa Sanchez no Nanado na by no or ABBDR and he can't exculpate himself from the blame. He is part of it. Yan trying game to Abama no can't say no aba or the 50 but yet I say and on make a boss sharp would do the brain say your to Abama Mombayan or Muntimi di Mubia. Now damn ya can say only say MPP 4 way more say Omun Sasha Jim. That's somebody pet to me no more the power. Omo de be shema kunipa wie omo yama be pacha wa ka kire o se omo anka ne sa all because omo petumi ura fi ye beto aba ahonu mo na omo baaye Bawumia di anim ena omo say omo ma free water omo ma free electricity ema Ghana fo bi pasa free ni ama no omo ka minim nkofu kwa de mo honestly but odi ever ni poso omo de baaye ye wie ye no no mo betoto mu o ti asema there be information minister Kojo Pankro ma be kan o say na kamoti wonu na mu yusu nyama free no na kamoji sedan o ti ase yet ha say and because of power na now do so obesi hospitals agenda 111 what's it e asem wo baby what's a what's baby and not be someone almost saying is a project and a project no a call stages various stages the evaluation and their bend stage as I say or see they're having challenges who when you now see me baby I amibu say you see the only will be done on no pay be ashe now the only will be penny there or see yeti or see on pay be washe Jeyewu ewo maba we mu ni mo promises ni mu nsem amoge kan no adan ye meji mu nsem ndi why should we believe the things you tell us say we so better ministers so me de me nka bi nsem me nya hu dede enko ehwe de be kan say owura Bawumia me se me yo no a nanka me be contest election we ka ba bia mani onyam wo na ka be manage ni saa because me who say Nanado mo they want to embarrass Bawumia. Unim so mbu notness, mbu other region for, and na de bia no sacrifice no. Naka abai in an election year. Pa na say oraka no furata na Nanado. Any gabioche na ko pese. Bawumia win election is a tapro no introduce new taxes. It should tell you sir they want to frustrate the guy. They want to embarrass him. Ajo unim say me you no come in contest election because
of course
it became so glaring and obvious say nyama na say na nyama ekono obi adwane lie. It's the same with Bawumia. He should know better. So obi adwane lie na kahwe unim say ade ba kwa ma observe Nanado aban we mu say unim say bibia ye nungwa say policy bia mu to be implement bia no Bawumia no mosoma no ekoka unim say bibia tension wo a eye nungwase Nanado en fancy ni ho no na pushi Bawumia and then na say opushi ora Bawumia and no dey call voter region okay no pushi no call e okoma speech bi onu ma ye bu na ye pam no ho no Nanado nim say kokosa ada no na ka nungwase be che no me de me ka kosi ni say ora Bawumia hwe enka achi enye too late obetumi a ɔfa ne nadeɛ ɛne ne kukunka kangu ɔsɛ ɔno a kura ɔsɛ maka na so mewe on contest bio no njama na nado na busuafo na move manum gu ase enko because opa onkodi enchine bottom ma 2024 change is coming. We are going to change. And sir slogan na omo adopt it say it is possible.
Yeah.
It's possible to change it. See, sir possible na omo use no a trick. And now start breaking the 18 and so no a communication trick bia. They use it in a way they will be feeding you with the same information to think you say it is possible so we need clean. And you clean. Until no exact your party mu ye jina honum pampin say these elections ye massa the number ye was strong room ni sa kukunka kanyama no omo repeat ye ni omo be fanga mo so ankasa electoral commission sir that is no more use na all of a sudden enyama bebre esisa no ensi hey na me dey they say unim minji ndi se na nado ene ba omia no ma yi bibi unim se Ghana for na ne aye ho bone nka 2020 ye tunte so kokko kire omo a na Kenya no se ba omia ewo the temerity and then the effrontery to say he wants to be a president of this country. Nakeba say na look at how boni omu di year 2017 2019 and niema omu ye ti Ghana for near October 2020 omu tumi anya more than 40% as an so wini. Let's say Ghana for Ghana na yesu no to da bia niema bebre onu mo yesu no kra no ye tutu ye niema yie.
And say is it the 8-year thing na we dey see more 8 years.
Enye Ghana for no tio abato no de omu ye mu movement connection ko mu enye the reflection no Ghana for vote no enye reflective of vote and for the buy but omu ma ne ben hu to bu wi abi ka ho no e ma ne ye simple but ye to no ene e ma gap ni mu wa ye 1 million a ahia na beti bia wi ade aka wa ma asko 1 million. That's what I'm talking about. Enti me mama kasa anwa was ade we ho de me ka kwa kosi ni say me de owura ba omia ya bre no see MPP for omo anomayo mo mistake e no makwa koto abade ama no abayo mo flag bearer. They should know say omo no mo de ahwede na ba fi nti once na ne ba eno so no e omo mo trisu na bebo eno de omo asemo.
But I say divine
my cause MPP na mistake ara say MPP ni ye party bia edwen Ghana for ho ewo at the papa bi de ma Ghana for and on my yam from so akofo akufara na se baumia. To me it's a wrong statement. MPP never show any sign of regret say akufo be your leader and as a president or baumia. And indeed cabinet meeting bi omko bia no NPP as a party national chairman general secretary nyina ka ho taxes yes famra den covenant taxes na MPP for 33 akufo ado fa covenant sika cheche no cheche ma PNC for PPP for enya MPP for no chede ma ho and you cannot absolve MPP as a political party thinking say party need ye na akufo ade ne ba mi ebedi animu no ena enye debi MPP as a political party an ideology before akufo ade become a member, before akufo ade become a flag bearer, and that ideology no ena akufo ade ye akufo ade dia ye saa na ba mi abeto aso. And the MPP is not different from akufo ade's government. Same way NBC any different from Rawlings, Mills, Mahama government. MPP is not different. It's the same thing. It's the same ideology. MPs in our parliament, in who's take it? Any talk about the momo. In who's take it? Na Akufo-Addo the run here. Is it no MPP? Tell me one press conference MPP aye as a party. Share Akufo-Addo as a leader, as a flag bearer, as president. With disappointed party is going away outside the ideologies and aspirations of the party.
Can you do that?
Is there maybe besides in the first place, is there any press conference like that? And you can we can go to the internet. You find countless articles MPP praising the performance of Akufo-Addo's government.
Yeah.
Breaking the 8 in whose record almost when you could break the 8? Is it Mohammed's record? Is it Kufuor's record? Is it not Akufo-Addo's record?
Yeah.
Now I won't trust it Akufo-Addo record. Can you base on that to break the 8? That's the mistake we are making. In America, say nobody should absorb Kufuor from Akufo-Addo, same as MPP. Because MPP is a different entity from Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo by all the ministers from MPP. Criminals they are from MPP. And the MPP and innocent. They are as guilty as the corporate Akufo-Addo and its government. Tiamfa and on tour.
All right, Abdullah Brembame on Ghanaians are disappointed because in Nyama in fact Nyama Enkuyi crying from Ghana Libya, all aspects of the economy. Wontaka say may new be free in the current economic mess. Bibisa earlier said, is there hope for the Ghanaian youth? Of course, many of them are wamupese wamujani if you are my BOBIE and it's not ending anytime soon. Remember on that now for your final submissions and also.
The say hope there, and one John Dramani Mahama. Because a Juma about me and no bon say why you your two assassin. The old two foundation. John Dramani Mahama. Say me what I say. In the future, the hope I want any JDM. And one hope your youth, your war. Me say, so say, Baumia. Eba betcha maybe I did the QR code. Echo watch FM. I cry hello. My can just over 2 ministers no so. So say Baumia. Eba who sky train. I cry. Money can't do Bavaria in the future, and mammy. So say, Baumia, every day tax DJ a 12 year. About what budget tour. Oh, Ghana hapa, Baumia, no so worker, or in a new to worker. So I budget tour pa, oh, Ghana. But yet we don't see any infrastructure development, oh, Ghana. So say, every single community, when you water and toilet, our promises, you know, he should not come and talk about anything in the future again. So say obesi habo or takrade no. You should not come and give us any promise again. So say before election 2024 obejai bed tax. You should not come and tell us any promise again. So say 2024 election levy over you should not come and tell us anything. This is what we want him to do. So
before the election,
that was a promise he gave us in 2020. Before he will come to us again, he should come and show us the 570 dams also overseas. Before he will come to us, he should come and show us every constituency $1 million no promise. He should come and show it to us. One village, one dam on the train. Okay. And yeah, maybe I think I say, yeah, Becca said Baumia was very instrumental in the e-levy. Also, I'm quick. I'm going to say, yeah, boy. When I quick, I go for City FM interview now. Could you appoint Kumaye? No, after my idea, he was part and parcel of it. It's not be you need free, and now you need free. You try cake, no cake, no cake. The pictures are there, the evidence are there. So you should not come and give us any promise because we are fed up with him. Yeah, can't be a tantro. Koshibra, Obokoshibra pa Ghana ha, Baumia number 1. One she Amawasia. Usa be bodu kono. Ya yenyi. Eyo say am farmer. Uchi mi asaje. Usa will I president no problem. Ya me there only share nipa. 8 years there why am I? up to now, you've given us promise upon promises. Deliver it before you come and give us another promise, or else you will not even think, or will not even listen to you. We are not ready to listen to his bullshit. Me say the Bible says, "Buakosia, no kwasia breso." Na wa mana adua anye ni say oyanyansafo. Answer a fool at his full time, or else he will think he is wise. Me say a pain, what's the pain? What Jimmy abeka cheso what Jimmy? Uni answer abeka cheso uni answer. Ye to sabi. Asamo crack yan to sabi.
Okay.
It's about me. So why you already say o person who the president now when you wo there. Who did to you all the promises you gave it to us. And I'm giving you and I'm repeating to you. Make sure you fulfill those promises before you come for contract extension.
Okay.
But don't come to us for extension because we will not extend your contract. Now we met ni. Otiho. And what cra. Not bus no. Nipa 20 let's bus. What for nipa 40? So the other driver over to so. What meant now will be a polo. I'm in your room. What for overload? It's having our Uber driver over to so. No, you see, I don't get it. Okay.
Maybe time I'm the wrap up.
Okay, yeah, for final submissions.
So far, Mahama had a year policies, and in our key policies, we see about 60 of them. When you say Brandon, my quite by me, Boboso Kakra. Okay. Number 1, no. 24-hour economy there. Will be a gentleman. No, I do man. And it's on
money. Say, Obo promises now. No body or say Obaba.
For the sake of time,
24-hour economy there, but me and what you matter than Number 2, Mahama say, or best stop the economic decline, no restore stability, inclusive growth.
John Dramani Mahama.
That also me and Mahama say, banks are who do a good divan patritin ha, Guna GN Bank, or say reform the Bank of Ghana and rejuvenate the almost collapsed banking and financial sector.
John Dramani Mahama.
Obey Juma, why you're paying. That also be a year local participation in the banking and financial, telecommunication, mining and oil. And now by local banks, Ghana banks or Ghana Hano, they Ghana for their A3, they are Kenya for Nigeria for Ninkrofona active, making sure the private sector they be active. Netimia boas or mass tax incentive for the Bema or more. After so Beshe, safe Ghana, obey the process to set a standardized limit on borrowing, making sure say yeah mobisia and friend tra a year ratio be say the bear is a metimi akoso or be completely abandoned project.